Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. To our live in-person participants, thank you for being here. We love having a room full of warm, friendly, smiling faces in the morning, even though it might be a little bit early for some of us. I know it was early for me this morning. Everybody else joining us on Zoom, thank you so much for joining us from wherever you're joining us from across the state, whether you're doing this individually as a singleton or you're joining us as a team in a room together, sharing knowledge and expertise. Thank you so much for joining us. We are Project Muse, improving outcomes for multilingual students with exceptional needs. And this is day 2 of our series on multidisciplinary teams supporting dually identified students, meaning students with disabilities who are also English learners. The focus today is specifically on linguistically appropriate goals and objectives and reclassification of dually identified students. So just as a disclaimer up front, we are going to be covering a lot of ground before we get into the reclassification conversation. And we do this with purpose and for reason. We want to ensure that when we are having reclassification conversations, it truly is around serving our students equitably and ensuring that we're clear on clarification that has been released recently and that we all have the same information in our hands. So today's resources are accessible via this bit.ly link or scanning this QR code. Know that the slide deck will be available for you to have access to. It's going to prompt you to make a copy in your Google Drive. Those slides will live in your drive for perpetuity as long as you need them. Know that the resources that we've referenced today, all of the tools, all of the websites are linked within the slide deck and are available for you to access at any point in time. We also want to let you know that the slides that we share with you after we share them with you today are yours. You can take them, you can modify them, you can slap your own logo on there. We don't mind. We love creating resources to be supportive for all of you out in the field. Feel free to use the slide deck in its entirety, to edit it, chunk it up, whatever is the best way for you to use it individually or as a team. Please feel free to do so. I will linger here a couple of seconds to ensure that if you don't have a device readily available with you, you have enough time to copy down that bit.ly link or to troubleshoot any technology that might be arising. With that in mind, we also want to remind you that if at any point a slide appears to be broken or not working or directing to the wrong page, please let us know also in the chat. So when I'm speaking, Jessica is manning the chat. When Jessica's speaking, I'm manning the chat. So know that you're always contacting one of us. And we will ensure that we refer to the chat often so that we can help troubleshoot any issues that might arise with links. All right, I think we're good here. And then we'll drop it into the chat just to ensure that everybody has access to it, including our friends who may be joining us late as they're transitioning from walking away from their classroom and getting into wherever it is that they're going to be joining us from. Because this is critical and we can't move forward without knowing when we're having lunch, we like to let you know ahead of time, especially because if you're joining us on Zoom, we know you have other things that may be going on at your school site, but also here for our folks locally, we want to ensure that you have enough time to get to a place and eat and actually chew and digest and enjoy your meal. So we're going to give you a 1-hour lunch break. Our lunch will start at 11:30 and will end at 12:30. So you get a full hour for lunch. And the reason we let you know up front is so that you can plan your day. Also know that because we know that the demands of a full day training can be a little bit rough on our system in many ways, especially if you're joining us via Zoom and you're standing in front of the computer that entire period of time. We want to let you know that every hour on the hour, we're going to be taking a break. It'll be a 5 to 7 minute break just to get you to be able to let the dust settle in between conversations, and also for you to just get that movement breaks necessary that we all need to support new learning. So our friends here in the room know that Same rules apply as any other PD. You can raise your hand, ask your question, all of that. But because we have a vast number of individuals joining us via Zoom, we want to remind you that we value your participation, even if you're joining us remotely. Please use the following features within Zoom to engage with us throughout our time together today. So there's two ways you can connect with us. One of them is via the chat, and the other is via the Q&A. So using the chat feature will help us know, learn more about you, just share information, communicate your insights, share information and or reflections via the chat. However, if you have specific questions, please use the Q&A feature so that we can document your questions and ensure that we're answering as many of your questions as possible. So there are going to be periods during the day where we stop for our breaks, as I shared in the earlier slide. So we're going to be reviewing the Q&A section to be sure to address the majority of the questions that arise. Also, if some questions come up that we know we will be addressing later, we will let you know that also, because I know that sometimes it's hard to clear cognitive space when we have that lingering question in our mind that's nagging at us through our new learning. So absolutely, we encourage you to engage with us via the chat for insights, sharing of information or reflections. However, if it is a specific question, Q&A is where it's at. All right, so this is a team. So our team is a small team, but mighty team, we like to think. My name is Vanessa Lopez. I'm a project coordinator for Project Muse. I'm on my 8th year here at the CELPA. Prior to that, I was a classroom teacher, 18 years in the classroom, K-6 setting, taught both in an RSP and an SDC setting. Also during my time at my previous district, I was an instructional technology coach. Currently here at the CELPA, I am a coordinator also helping lead Project Muse, which is a state-funded program thanks to our partners at CDE and CCEE for funding the second iteration of our grant. On top of those duties as a project coordinator for the statewide grant, I also am an assistive technology assessor, certified assessor, as well as an adapted physical education teacher, and also support in a variety of other contexts within the CELPA. I also like to share that on top of being an educator, a person who's worked with students with disabilities and that mild to moderate support needs range, I'm also the parent of a child with a disability, so bringing those multiple lenses into the mix. We also have Christina Zavala, part of our team. She's our CELPA Senior Director. Her background is in school psychology. She's also been an administrator as a special education director at one of our local high school districts. We have Dr. Deborah Montoya, who was our previous CELPA director, currently a special education director at Oceanside Unified School District. She is our executive consultant for the grant work. We also have Lupita Holguin Rubio, who is the ELD Gen Ed lens of the project. She has spent over 25 years in a general education environment with background as an ELD coordinator here at our County Office of Education, as well as having been an elementary school teacher in her early years. And next we have Jessica. I'm going to let her introduce herself. She's the newest member to the Project Muse team, and she'll tell you a little bit about herself.
Hi, my name is Jessica Carruthers-Rayhotes. I am a newer member of the Imperial County CELPA as well as Project Muse. I've been here for almost, well, June will be a year. Previously I was with the regionalized program, the county program that ran the extensive support needs program. I was a coordinator there, and prior to that I was a classroom teacher. Yes, so new to the project, but learning lots and happy to be here.
Thank you, Jessica. And we spent some time sharing our background only because we want to let you know how intentional the makeup of this group is, and also to highlight the importance of what it means to really come together and build on our collective expertise. We know that serving students with disabilities, serving students with extensive support needs, serving students with disabilities or extensive support needs who are English learners is absolutely not a one-person job. It's not a one side of the house person job. It's an all of us, hands together, hands on deck, Wonder Twin Powers Unite kind of a job. So that's what we're asking you to do. We're asking you to build your multidisciplinary team with varying degrees and years of expertise to be able to fully serve and support our students. We absolutely recognize that it's not an easy task. but it absolutely requires all of us coming together to support each other in this work. So our local folks, because we are a small community, I know many of you. However, for our friends joining us on Zoom, we want to know a little bit more about you too. So while I survey the room here, friends in Zoom, please share your name, your district, your COE, your SELPA, and your current position. So I'm going to let you go ahead and do that for a couple of seconds, and then I'm just going to survey the room here rather quickly. How many of my friends here today are special education in training and background? General education? Administration? Okay. 0 to 5 years experience? 6 to 10? 11 to 20? 20 and above. We'll just call it that. That'd be me too. All right. Okay, and I ask these questions also because I know that even though the topic today is specific, linguistically appropriate goals and objectives and reclassification, I think as human adult learners, we also need to know that our own roles are being represented in the conversation to answer that age-old question, yeah, Vanessa, that's lovely and darling and cute, but what does that mean for me in my position, right? So that's important for us to set our context as we engage in these conversations. So just so you know, we are part of the greater California statewide system of support, and I'm not going to spend too much time here, but just know that there are different special education resource leads that support the work that we do across the state, along with a variety of COE projects, geographical lead agencies, and state-funded grants that are meant to support the needs of all of our students statewide. As a special education resource lead, Project Muse is charged with being facilitators, connectors, and capacity builders in partnership with the California Department of Education and the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence. So our project is built to support students who are dually identified. Again, English learners, multilingual learners, with disabilities, with exceptional needs. Just very briefly, if you want to spend some time looking at some of the resources that we have available, we linked it here in this one pager. Again, our time is precious, so we're not going to spend that much time there. And we want to really start moving into the work related to this collective commitment that we've entered in. This is a shared responsibility with parents, families, schools, and district professionals that we all come together to work towards educational equity to ensure quality teaching and learning experiences for all students, including our dually identified students. That being said, we want to call out the fact that though the California Practitioner's Guide was our flagship resource, the one tool that we started our grant work on, know that some of the areas that are included in the Practitioner's Guide are not binding on local educational agencies except for those specific statutes, regulations, and court decisions that are referenced therein. So again, the document is exemplary in compliance, though some of the areas, again, unless statute, regulation, and court decision, are not mandatory. So what are we here to do today? We are here to learn about what goes into developing linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. We're also here to learn about how do we equitably ensure that all students, including those who are dually identified, can meet English learner reclassification criteria. And though these two might seem like unrelated session outcomes, by the end of our time today, our hope is that you will see how intermingled these two are and how inextricable one is from the other. So with that, as we transition over to the meat of our time together today, I want to pose the following question because this is critical. What is you or your individual or team's interest in having students reclassify from EL status? And we're going to ask you to be vulnerable. We're going to ask you to be reflective. We're going to ask you to engage with some internal reflection. If you're with a team, after you have a couple of seconds to really think about why reclassification is important to you, I want you to share out. And I want you to share out bravely, because this is not necessarily a safe space, but a brave space. Learning is a brave process because we make ourselves vulnerable, and I'm hoping that's what we can do here today. So that being said, a couple of seconds. What is my interest in having students reclassify from EL status? And then share with your elbow partners if you're here in person. If you're joining us on Zoom, drop it in the chat. I'm going to give us a couple of minutes for that. It's important for us to do. So Jessica, looking through the chat, is there any one of the many wonderful reasons that folks have shared that jump out?
All right, so we see get access to more electives, access to additional coursework when we're looking at middle school and high school.
And now for our friends joining us here, what are some of the things that popped up? It's okay, I won't come at you with a mic. Just say it and I'll repeat it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So same comment here that it's about access to electives, right? A broader course of study for my SPED friends who are familiar with the lingo. And also the question around how can they not reclassify if they speak English? Okay, Jessica, I see that something else is coming up.
All right, so we have academic success, that students are proficiently learning English and fully participate and have access to grade level content. We have that it builds up their self-esteem, since being reclassified helps them understand that they're able to, they're well-versed in both languages. Sorry, let me go through the chat.
I know it was a lot, right?
Yep. Okay. Let's see, opportunities for scoring standardized assessments. So when we're looking at what's appropriate for the students, so of course only when appropriate for the students, reflects the skill in which the learner can inform in an educational system that they are capable to access the Common Core state standards. Let me go through the rest and see if there's a couple more that
Okay.
pop out.
What about this side of the room? Did anything bubble up that you'd like to share why I'm interested in having my students reclassify? So LRE, the least restrictive environment, access to the least restrictive environment, and again, that access to a broader course of study, correct? Very important. And Jessica, I see the mic up back there.
All right, we have a comment that kids want out of ELD classes and the stigma that comes with it. I think that kind of follows along with the others. Here's one. We want to make sure students are getting what they need. If they no longer need EL services, we want them to exit and get what they need. Statistically, the longer the students are in EL, so we're talking about that detriment of not having access courses. But also we want to ensure that students are receiving comprehensive ELD that they need to become proficient.
Absolutely. So I am so relieved that nobody said because LTELs are on the dashboard. Right? That is like awesome. A reality, but I'm glad it's not our driving force. That's fantastic. And a couple of things that I want to highlight about what was shared here in person and also on the chat is that all of us want our students to have greater access. It's all about access. And I also heard about the stigma about being enrolled in ELD classes. And I also heard about how students are English learners and they speak English, okay? And we're going to get into that when we talk about ELD instruction, because guess what? You need it if you're an English learner, comprehensive ELD, and we'll get into that. And then the other thing also is policies, practices, and procedures. When enrolling students and completing that home language survey, how do we do that? Do we send it in a packet of like 50 other sheets and not explain the importance and what that means, what that triggers? Or is it available electronically without having the adequate guidance for our parents to know what they're completing also and the implications? And if we suspect misclassification or misidentification in that home language survey, what procedures, what safety nets do we have in place where we call back to the parent and say like, hey, we have a couple of additional questions and we just want to be clear, okay? Because there's ways to do that. Perfect. Thank you so much for sharing, because at the end of the day, this is what we're saying. That when we reclassify a student from English learner status, we're doing so only when that multilingual learner has demonstrated that they have acquired the necessary English skills to be academically successful without specialized support, for example, without comprehensive ELD. Then and only then is it that they are ready to be reclassified as fluent English proficient. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Jessica. And hopefully she won't need to explain to us what this thing is, because some of you are young. You may not know what you're looking at.
All right. So I do know what it is. I do know what it is. So one of the things that we want to do is when we're looking at reclassification, like Vanessa mentioned, is kind of take that moment to look back, right? Yes, we see LTELs are on the dashboard now, and that's a big concern. Or we see that our students are not being reclassified at the rate that we want them to be reclassified, and that's okay. We see it, we acknowledge it, but take that moment to kind of go back and rewind and think about, well, what does that mean? What are we really looking at for our students? What do we want for our students? And taking that moment, so we're going to do that now. We're going to take a moment, rewind, look at who are the students that we're serving, and how do we get them to that reclassification, right? So we're going to take a few minutes to calibrate. If you've attended a Project Muse training in the past, or you were part of day one, you might have seen the next couple of slides, but we like to come back to it because, again, it just grounds us in the work that we're doing. You know, who are the students that we're serving? What's the terminology that we're using to describe them? And so on. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Calibrate our understanding and establish our why. Here we have some terminology. You'll hear us, we talked about duly identified students, we talked about English learners with disabilities, and we've talked about multilingual learners with disabilities. And all of that language is really interchangeable. So you're going to hear me jumping from one to the other. But again, those all refer to the same student. A student who is designated as an English learner as well as having a disability. But here's some additional terminology. We have our dual language learner, and these are our students that are in preschool or pre-K. They have not taken the LPAC or the English Language Proficiency Assessment, but potentially be an English learner, and they need supports to help the child maintain and develop their home language in addition to English. Next, we have our multilingual learner in transitional kindergarten. So these are the students that have come in. They're in TK. We're no longer assessing students in TK with the LPAC. This is kind of like our in-between. And this indicates a student that may have multilingual experience and may benefit from those additional language supports. So we're not saying TK, well, they're not going to get the language supports while they're in school because they haven't been assessed. We're still going to be wanting to provide them supports. And then we have our English learners. English learner is once they have taken that English Language Proficiency Assessment, they've been designated as an English learner. Here we go. And that's K through 12. Okay? And we want to make sure that we're providing them appropriate programming and instructional supports to attain English proficiency. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. We also have our lifelong learner, language learner, which are students that are beyond K-12, right? This goes beyond our school experiences. And it's individuals that are going to continue to build increasing depth and breadth and complexity of their English language, okay, or their language. So English learners, as we saw all those terminology and the terminology we talked about with duly identified, we know that they're a diverse group, okay? When students come in, they might be newly to school, they haven't received adequate schooling, or maybe they have, maybe they're developing normally within the context of language. They could be a long-term English learner, which we'll talk about in a little bit, at risk of becoming an English learner, or specifically that student subgroup that we're looking at is that English learner with disabilities. Our why. Multilingual learners are present across educational systems, right? Present in all of our work. There's some data on 1 in 4 socioeconomically disadvantaged students are also English learners. We have 6 in 10 children that are between that 0 to 5 that are dual language learners. And on that bottom right, 1 in 4 students with disabilities are also English learners. Again, looking at that's our little group that we're talking about. We got some data. This is good data, okay? This here is a graph that looks at all of our statewide students with disabilities. So across the state of California, our students with disabilities are reflected here. In that orangish red are students with disabilities that are not classified as an English learner. That could be a student that's English only initially, or maybe they were reclassified as fluent English proficient, or initially fluent English proficient. So when they first took that in assessment and they classified as English proficient. That's about 76% of their students with disabilities. In that dark blue, we have our students with disabilities that are also classified as an English learner, and that's almost 24% of those students, okay? So I'm gonna give you guys just a few seconds. Think about it. What does that look at your LEA? What does it look like at your school site? Is it the same? Is it different? Do you not know? Give you guys about 15 seconds to think about it. All right, what's bubbling up? Anyone share out? Is it the same, different? I don't know. All right, so if we don't know, who can we reach out to? Start thinking about that. If we don't know that information, who can we reach out to? All right, so we're gonna keep looking at data. This is just some time for you guys to stop and think about and process. Oh, we have a share out.
So it's my job in my district to make that information known to others.
Okay.
Between 25 and 27% in any given year of our students are English learners who are duly identified.
Okay.
We've been really looking into this and the why of it. A lot of people brought up the whys. We've got a lot of students who, over the years, have been given the summative OHAC, the straight test, all 4 domains. And now we know that there's the potential for a domain exemption. So we really, really are looking at those possibilities, and we're trying to determine, are these students continuing to be English learners because of a language need, or are they being tested in areas that pertain specifically to their disability and they're being hindered from showing their true abilities because of their disability and not because of their lack of ability in English?
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to just, for those that are on Zoom that didn't hear, I didn't want to shove a microphone in your face. But I'll kind of recap that in the school district, it's about 25 to 27% any given year, and we haven't utilized domain exemptions, it sounds
Not
like.
as much as we would like to.
Okay.
We're exploring it more and more.
Awesome. So exploring domain exemptions, and that's something we'll hit on later today. So thank you. Thank you for sharing that out. All right. So we're going to go ahead and take a look at some more data. Here we have, again, statewide data for California. And we're looking at our English learners, our ELs. Our ELs are students that have at some point in their schooling, in education, they have been designated as English learner. So it could be somebody that has been reclassified as fluent English proficient. So let's go ahead and take a look at it. We have there in our blue is our English learners that have been in school for 0 to 3 years. And sometimes when I first looked at it, I thought, oh, they're 0 to 3 years of age. But that's not the case. This is in school for 0 to 3 years, designated as an English learner. It's about, I can't read that. We have about 26%. In the red, English learner, been in school for about 4 to 5 years, 9.6%. In that yellow, English learner for 6+ years, 18.1%. And in the green, we have our students that have classified as fluent English proficient, 46%. Again, looking at the data, again, we'll just do 15 seconds. What does that look like in your LEA or school site? Do you know? Is it same, less, more? Give you guys about 15 seconds to think about it. And if it's coming down that we don't know, start thinking about who in your district or school site or LEA would be the person to reach out to for that information. All right, any thoughts bubbling up? Zoom friends or in-person friends? All right, perfect. That's okay. Again, just taking a moment to think of and reflect on your LEA or school site. Let's go ahead and take a look at these more terms. Here we have just a little bit more information. We talked about those students that are in school for 6+ in that previous slide, right? Our yellow. And we also looked at those 4 to 5 years in the red. This is just a little bit more information about the terminology used to around those students. We have a long-term English learner, which is our student who's been enrolled for 6 or more years. That typically lands in about from 6th grade to 12th grade. So you're not going to find an English learner in 2nd grade, right? They haven't been in school for at least 6 years. We also have our at-risk of LTEL. So it's a student that's been enrolled for 4 to 5 years, landing somewhere around 3 to 12, right? So obviously we're going to see a lot of our LTELs more so in the high school age, right? That's where they're sitting. But that again is those English learners that are not quite making that English language proficiency, progress. They're not passing the English language proficiency assessment more than 4 to 5 to 6 years. So comparison EveryL data. So again, EveryL is when a student has been identified as English learner at some point. So we'll see RFEP on there. But again, on that, looking at it, it'll be your left-hand side. That's the same data we looked at before, our English learners without disabilities. And then on the right-hand side, now we have our English learners with disabilities and that breakdown. So again, I'll just go over it briefly while you guys think about it. We have blue, our English learners, 0 to 3 years, without disabilities sitting at 26.7%, whereas our English learners with disabilities sitting at 21.4%. In red, we have our English learners without disabilities for 4 to 5 years at 9.2%. English learners with disabilities sitting at 12.4% for 4 to 5 years. In the yellow, for English learners without disabilities sitting at 6+, so our LTELs at 15.4% versus English learners with disabilities sitting at 35% for our LTELs. And then our green, which is our RFEP, so we're looking at our English learners without disabilities sitting at 48% reclassified versus our English learners with disabilities sitting at 31%. So I'm going to give you guys just a moment to think about it. What do we notice? What's something that stands out to you? What is the wondering? You guys about 15 seconds to think about it, and then I'll ask you to share out. All right. What are some thoughts, some wonderings? If anyone would like to share out, or any things coming up with their Zoom friends?
So we're having a lot of really good ones coming in. Students with
Awesome.
disabilities are less likely to be reclassified and more likely to become long-term English learners. Less students reclassifying if they have a disability. The students with disabilities have a much higher percentage of remaining an English learner for 6+ years. We're noticing that less students reclassify when they have a disability.
Yep. Perfect.
And I think what I want to call out in relation to that is that what we're seeing right now is very surface level, right? Because there are many unanswered questions when we're looking at this data, right? So earlier we touched on that home language survey. And if that is completed in a way that is not conducive to the parent knowing exactly what it is that they're filling out and the implications, that's already one of the points in the conversation where we can start seeing the potential for things looking the way that they do, right? The other element that I want to call out is that what is typically thought of as a high school problem, long-term English learners, is really where are English learners made? And I mean this with the most respect, but when do English learners, long-term English learners, get made? K6, right? And we absolutely need to take a look at that system-wide. This is not to say that our elementary schools are not doing a good job or not doing what they're supposed to, but knowing that it's in those early years where we can potentially address that situation, because take a look at the EL 0 to 3 years portion of the chart. The difference is not that big. And then let's look at EL 4 to 5. There isn't that big of a discrepancy there. So I think that again prompts more conversation around what is happening rather than to just look at this largely, which again, if I'm honest, is exactly what I did. Like, oh my goodness, like kiddos with disabilities are destined to become long-term English learners. Well, maybe yes, maybe no, because there are a lot of elements that we're not seeing here that could be potentially leading to that. The question also is always around, well, what happens once a student is identified as being an English learner with a disability? Sometimes the belief is that, well, now all of that is to be taken care of within the context of the special education classroom. And how appropriate is that? And I'm going to ask a rhetorical question. And if you know the answer, drop it in the chat, share it. ELD, is it a function of the general education? Is it a tier 1 core first best instruction? Or is it a specialized service for English learners? What's up? Oh my God, the Zoom is blowing up, the chat. Tier 1 first core best instruction, gen ed function. Absolutely. Absolutely. Comprehensive ELD, which is inclusive of designated and integrated ELD, is a general education function. ELD is part of core instruction for all students who are English learners, including those who are dually identified. That is not to say that there are going to be some of our students who are best served in a special education setting. The same rules of LRE and a continuum of supports and services and placement apply to ELD as well. Okay, somebody take my soapbox away.
Do you mind using the mic? Yes. Do you want? If not, I can repeat it. Yeah.
So when I looked at that, I immediately saw the differences that we all just talked about, but my head just went to like why, and I automatically wanted to think of like why is this, and then I think about the accommodations that I'm allowed to put for my students with disabilities on the SBAC, on the language arts and
Mhm.
math. There's a lot more availability for accommodations on those tests than there are for the LPAC. And I feel like that probably can play a factor in their success on that test.
Mhm. Perfect. No, thank you. So there was just, I'll just share out the question or the comment was that there's a difference between the accessibility resources for the SBAC compared to that of the LPAC, right? So looking at how our students are accessing and that might limit. Do you have anything you want to share on that, Vanessa?
I wanted to build up on that comment. So the comment, again, related to accessibility resources, how within the function of the IEP, we are able to identify UDAs, universal tools, designated supports, accommodations for the ELA, the math portion of the SBAC, right? And just knowing what actually is available for our English learner students who take the LPAC, like what kind of supports are available, what is actually truly there. And lucky for us, we're going to talk about that today. And we're also going to share a new tool that aligns LPAC supports, accessibility tools, to areas of need. So we're going to be exploring some of that to support us in this conversation.
Awesome. Thank you. I know we'll have a whole accessibilities part. So when you said it, I was like, oh, good. Here we go. I want to share just a little, and Vanessa, correct me if I'm wrong, that number has changed, right? The RFEP for English learners with disabilities from a 20-something%?
Yeah, so yes, thank you for that, because we do need to shine a light on bright spots. And our reclassification for students who are English learners with disabilities has increased from 24%, around 24% this year, to 31%. So that speaks a lot to the assignment of accessibility resources for the use of the LPAC, IEP teams coming together with their EL side of the house and selecting linguistic supports that are appropriate for the assessment, and also teams taking a deeper look at how it is that we determine if an alternate assessment is appropriate for our students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, if domain exemptions are available for students who have a specific disability that precludes them from participating in a particular domain, and then to also make more informed decisions as to what those accessibility resources for our students may be.
Awesome, thank you. And I'll just share really quick, and so we can go on to the next slide, but just something that when I saw that it bumped up and changed over the last couple of years is that coming from teaching in an extensive support needs classroom and supporting extensive support needs teachers through that LPAC assessment, the alternate LPAC, we've locally seen an increase in reclassification, right? Our students are now being able to achieve the 3. I think there's a lot of learning still to do and how we provide that assessment and really maximizing the way that we support our students. But that's one of my wonderings is I know when we did VCALPs, we weren't reclassifying at the same rate that we are now with the alternate LPAC. So just wanted to add that in there. So our next numbers here that we see are our English learners with disabilities by their qualifying disability. So looking at those disability categories such as SLD, SLI, so specific learning disability, speech and language, why am I carrying this, autism, and so on. And on the side here, you can see the percentage of students that fall within that disability category that is also an English learner and the total number of students. And again, this is statewide data. As you can see, the top 3, we have our specific learning disability, speech and language impairment, and autism. Obviously, our SLD, as you can see, is 40%, so that's our majority. 22 for SLI, for speech and language, and 16 for autism. And when you put those numbers together, it's about 80%. So 80% of our English learners fall within those 3 disability categories. So I want you to take a moment. We'll do 15 seconds, and I'll try to stick to 15 seconds. What are some things that these disability categories either have in common, What's a notice, a wondering? Go ahead, 15 seconds. All right, what are some thoughts that are bubbling up? Okay, perfect. So you're seeing that even with your non-English learners, they fall under that same top 1, 2, and 3, or even 4. Perfect, thank you. Anything popping up in the chat, or anybody else want to share anything?
So we have a couple of comments here that indicate that SLD is the highest and that that category can be perceived as subjective. A reflection is that students with SLD, SLI are at a disadvantage when taking the LPAC. A processing issue might be at the root of it. So a lot of comments along those. And then wondering how many of students who meet eligibility criteria under SLD also have language acquisition concerns and perhaps not a learning difference, but more language based. And then in the nick of time, we have Jay Mata sharing that all of these 3 disabilities typically impact language skills significantly.
Yeah, so all of them, that's perfect, thank you. So yeah, they all impact language in some way or another, right? We have, and then there was a comment about, I can't pull it up right now, but looking at language difference versus disability. Let me go to that. That's huge, right? So we're saying they all impact language in some way, speech and language, SLD, autism. And when we're going through that assessment process for that initial referral for special education, are we taking that into account, right? Are we confusing the two? How do we disentangle that, right? And say, is this truly a disability or is it a language difference and it's kind of getting muddy, right? So one of the questions is like, how often do we stop and pause and say, well, you know what, I'm not sure. Let's pull someone from the EL world, the English learner specialist in to kind of give us some input on that. Okay? And making sure that we're not confusing the two. Because in the end, if we get our student who is now qualified under SLD, they're in special education, what's going to happen to ELD services potentially? They're probably going to be removed, right? Or they're going to be moved into a special education setting and not receiving that same quality of ELD. Okay? So just looking at what is that process in your local LEA or in your school site and seeing how do we go about this. When we have our English learners being referred for initial referral for special education, are we making sure that we're disentangling the two? Okay. There is a resource available. It's in the California Practitioner's Guide. It is linked in here. And it just gives some scenarios or some examples of what it might look like when we're looking at a learning behavior that's occurring, an indicator that that language difference is due to the second language acquisition, so learning English or whatever the language might be, or is it a possible indicator of a learning disability? So this is specifically for oral comprehension and listening, but there's additional areas in that resource. So we'll just go ahead and take a look at one. We have that first one, student does not respond to verbal direction. Okay. An indicator that this might be due to language difference, due to second language acquisition, could be that the student lacks understanding of vocabulary in English, but demonstrates demonstrates understanding in language 1, their primary language. If someone is assessing a student, or maybe that student is in someone's class that might not know Spanish, which could be me, would they know this? Not necessarily, right? If they can't understand what they're communicating, or they're not teaching in that primary language, or able to get a grasp of what the student knows, it might look like they have a total lack of understanding. until we dig into their language one, their primary language, and identify whether they do have an understanding. So a disability wouldn't be present just in one language, it would be in both. Okay? So a possible learning disability indicator would be the student consistently demonstrates confusion when given verbal direction, whether it's in their primary language or if it's in the English language or whatever language they're acquiring. And it might be due to low processing deficit or a low cognition. So that just kind of highlights, again, you're not going to see that that learning disability is only in one language. It's going to be present in both. All right? An example of what that looks like. We're talking about, I don't know, going fishing, right? If the student is able to understand and comprehend within their primary language, but is totally missing the English or that new acquiring language conversation and isn't able to answer comprehension questions in the English language, then it could be an indicator that it's due to the second language acquisition. So we'll go ahead and keep going on. We do want to note that the normal process of English language development, as well as the manifestations of dialect and social linguistic variants, shall not be diagnosed as a disabling condition. So just going back again and saying, if it is due to a language difference, that is not a disability. Being an English learner is not one of those top 13 distinct disability categories, right? So making sure that we look at that. We talked about a little bit earlier about what comes under English learner for students under Title III. All the English learner students should receive comprehensive ELD, right? We know integrated ELD, designated ELD. They're supposed to participate in that annual language assessment, which is our LPAC or now our alternate LPAC. And then also we should have a high expectation and a goal of reclassification for all our English learners, right? For our students with disabilities, from our special education side of the house, we might be very familiar with IDEA. All the services and supports for our students with disabilities, they should have access to free appropriate public education, which is our FAPE, LRE, least restrictive environment, and also have a IEP developed, an individualized educational plan, and then a Section 5 or a Section 504. So we know EL, we have that. Students with disabilities, we know we're good with that. And we just want to make sure that we're highlighting when those two come together and we have a student who's duly identified, nothing disappears. We're not going to come and put them together and say, okay, ELD is gone, oh, LRE is gone. We want to make sure that we're focusing and we're and putting them both together and they're not replaced, and rather that they're working in conjunction with one another. Okay. It is a team lift though. If a student is diagnosed with disability and they're on a IEP, we want to make sure that that English learner, if they're the English learner specialist, continues to be involved, right? We want to make sure that we're coming from both sides of the house, because sometimes, I'll say for myself, when I was in the classroom, I had no idea about ELD, all right? And that's just because I was in the special education field and I had attended PD that was around special education versus general education or EL, all right? So one of the things we want to make sure that we highlight is all of this is stated in policy, right? We have the California English Learner Roadmap, which really looks at English learners, including English learners with disabilities, that they have a fully and meaningful access and participate in a 21st century education, okay? That goes from early childhood all the way through 12th grade. And make sure that they're attaining results with high levels of English language proficiency, grade level standard, and opportunities to develop proficiency in multiple languages. So the English language roadmap, we're just going to go on it real quickly. It's set up by 4 principles, which is our assets-oriented and needs-responsive approach schools, the intellectual quality of instructional and meaningful access, systems conditions, and then alignment with articulation within and across systems. So again, our English learners are present. This is their roadmap, but we need to really make sure that we're seeing that our students with disabilities that are also English learners are present in that work. So we're just going to take a minute to look at Principle 1 and 4. Yes, we're going to go ahead and jump into it, and then we'll have a break in about 2 minutes. So Principle 1.E, English specifically calls out our English learners with disabilities and ensuring that we're developing IEPs that support cultural and linguistically inclusive practices. I know we look at the IEP and we see that, right? Linguistically appropriate goals, that little check mark, and making sure that we're going beyond just that check mark, right? We're truly looking at what does it mean to have cultural and linguistically inclusive practices and supports for that student. And Miss Vanessa's going to get into that a little bit later for Lagos. We're also looking at, Principle 1 also breaks it down a little bit further when we're looking at Element E. It talks about a collaborative framework of English learners with disabilities. So we're looking at valid assessment practices. Are we making sure that we're following cultural and linguistically appropriate assessment procedures? We're developing IEPs that are cultural and linguistically, that's a tongue tie, inclusive. We're leveraging the expertise specific to English learners. So again, when we have an English learner with students with a disability, we're not removing that access to an English learner expert. And also developing those academic goals that are linguistically appropriate. And that all speaks to coherency. I think this word kind of sums up what we've been kind of saying this morning, is looking at it from a coherent part. We're not saying that if they're an English learner, they're only going to receive English learner program when they should also have access to IEP and vice versa. So making sure that the two systems are working together and not kind of butting up to each other. All right. Perfect timing for a break. So we'll do about how long, Vanessa? About a 7-minute break. So we'll see you back at 9:37, and we will jump into some considerations to support reclassification. All right. Enjoy.
All right, everyone, welcome back. So we are jumping into pre-reclassification and language implications. So literally, we're going to jump into it. But first, let's talk about the elephant in the room. Okay, so I'm going to call it out. My kids will never pass the LPAC. My kids will never pass the alternate LPAC. These tests are too hard. Not even English-only students could pass them. Why are we keeping students away from courses that they like? Why are students not learning English? So I want you to take a second with that. And if you're joining us on Zoom, let us know with a thumbs up, thumbs down. Not if you liked it or if you didn't like it, but how many of you have heard comments like that? Thumbs up if you have, thumbs down if you haven't. We're being vulnerable and brave here. And it's okay if we've even thought that ourselves. Not here to judge, we're here to learn. And we're here to grow together. Because I was there too. So I'm going to call out the other elephant in the room. And that is, prior to having a situation where we're feeling those things that I shared earlier, never pass, never access, test is hard, etc., are we considering the following? Comprehensive ELD, the student's eligibility category, keeping track of the student's LPAC scores, and if they take the OG LPAC, the original LPAC, are we looking at them by domain? How well-versed, familiar, and fluent are we with linguistically appropriate goals and objectives? And no, I don't mean I just check the box when I write my goals, because that's what magically makes them linguistically appropriate, right? And how well-versed, knowledgeable, and fluent am I in my role, whether it be as an IEP team member, the EL coordinator, et cetera, with ELP assessments. OG LPAC, alternate LPAC. How do I know how the assessment is built, assessed, and what supports are in? So prior to saying my students can't, won't, all of those things, I'm going to invite you to follow me through the 5-pillar approach. So I'm going to start with comprehensive ELD. So Jessica mentioned earlier that in her role as a teacher, sometimes she didn't feel well versed in English learner specifics because her background was more on extended support needs students, right? And it wasn't because of a lack of desire to learn, but because I think we can all recognize that our systems are set up still in a very siloed manner, where our EL folks get the EL training, our Gen Ed folks get the Gen Ed training, and our SPED folks get the SPED training. So when Vanessa's up here talking about the team lift and a shared responsibility, it's like, okay, that's super cute, Vanessa, but that's not the way it works, right? And I think that it's important for us to be a bit of a disruptor. I've been called a benevolent irritant in my time. I'm a bug you, but I mean well, to be included. And I'm going to do a little bit of disruption here because I'm going to give you, my friends, some of you are going to have to bear with me because you're already EL experts. I'm going to give you a quick walkthrough through those ELD standards. Okay, just very quickly. I promise it's not going to hurt. So when we're looking at comprehensive ELD, we're looking at 3 specific questions. Number 1, has there been consistent ELD instruction in quality, comprehensive ELD, meaning both integrated and designated? So for every single year that that student has been an English learner, can we attest that they received both integrated and designated ELD? The most important question, how do we know? Is it written in the classroom schedule on the board? Is it part of the lesson plan? Is it aligned to the ELD standards? How do we know? How do we know? So let's dig deep. So in California, all English learners, including English learners with disabilities, must receive comprehensive ELD as part of their core. Integrated and designated are part of the core instruction for all English learners. Just very briefly, integrated ELD is what happens during regular class time, where the ELD standards are used in tandem with the focal standards. So for example, in mathematics, you might have, math is obviously the core subject that is being taught. However, you're using those ELD standards to identify linguistic support so that the students can have access to the grade level content that they are learning. Think of sentence frames during instruction, think of a pair share activity, think of visuals, think of multimedia, think of sentence frames, think of all of those linguistic supports that you utilize to support your learners, English learners, within the context of your content area. That's integrated ELD. And most all of us do it when we're teaching any one of our content area. Designated ELD is a protected time during the regular school day where the ELD standards are the focal standards, meaning that there are 15 minutes daily, 30 minutes daily, 45 minutes daily, where the sole focus of my instruction for that particular group of English learners that I have in front of me is aligned to those ELD standards. But I don't know what those ELD standards are. It's okay, we're going to talk about it. And we're going to set the context with the following. Language is at the core of all curriculum, which is why the ELD standards are critical. When we're looking at designated and integrated ELD, it's to develop language. It's not an extension of literacy, it's language specific. And I want to call out the following. The ELD standards have been around since 2012. My EL folks will correct me if I'm not right on the date, but they've been around for over 12 years now, 13 years. We also have the ELD connectors for our students who take alternate assessments and are in an extensive support needs classroom because they have a significant cognitive disability. So both follow the same structure. So in order to understand the ELD standards, it's sort of like an exercise in demystification of the ELD standards, because I remember when I first got started years ago, and we were doing the CELT and we had the old ELD standards. Oh my gosh, it was so confusing, like to know what those ELD standards were and how to keep track of them. But thankfully, the 2012 standards, including the connectors, have a very easy to follow structure. So you see this graphic here from our friends at Loyola Marymount, Magali Lavadens and Elvira Armas, who broke it up into 3 parts. So they made this graphic where we can see it clearly how it's divided. So I'm going to move over here and show you exactly how it is. So part 1 is all about interacting in meaningful ways. The ELD standards, part 1, are all about students collaborating, producing, and interpreting. When we're looking at collaborative, we're looking at students engaging in listening and speaking tasks. When students are producing, they're engaging in speaking and writing tasks. When students are interpreting, they are reading and they're listening. So this is part 1 of the ELD standards. All of the standards in part 1 lead up to interacting in meaningful ways. Part 2 of the ELD standards are all about learning about how English works. Here, we are looking at structuring cohesive texts. How is it that we put these texts together? Connecting and condensing ideas. Expanding and enriching ideas. This is part 2 of the ELD standards. How does the English language work? And then part 3 of the ELD standards support all of this taking place. Part 3 is all about using foundational literacy skills. Think of your K-5 standards for fluency, comprehension, concepts of print. All of those are your foundational skills. Same ones that appear in your K-5 standards are part 3 of the ELD standards. So if you know those K-5 foundational skills, you've got part 3 of the ELD standards down pat. I'm going to let you in on my theory about long-term English learners. Our long-term English learners can be incredibly successful in part 1 of those ELD standards. They collaborate well, they produce well, they interpret well. But once it comes to part 2 of those ELD standards, teaching them how to structure cohesive texts, teaching them how to connect and condense ideas, teaching them how to expand and enrich ideas, with the following caveat: taking a look at the different levels, emerging, expanding, and bridging, is where we're usually getting stuck. they quote unquote fool us into thinking they are fluent, but some of those language specific, English language specific skills aren't there. And I'll show you what I mean about that. So as I mentioned earlier, 3 sections to the ELD standards. Up at the top, you'll see P1, P2, P3, the basic organization of our ELD standards. So across grade levels, you're gonna have part 1, part 2, part 3, all grade levels. Part 1 is all about interacting in meaningful ways, part 2 learning about how English works, part 3 using foundational skills. So to get a little bit deeper into part 1, when we're saying that students are interacting in meaningful ways, when students are engaged in the collaborative mode, they're engaging in dialogue with others. When students are engaging in the interpretive mode, it's all about comprehension and analysis of written text and spoken text. When they are engaging in the productive mode, students are creating oral presentations and written texts. In part 2, students again are structuring those cohesive texts and expanding and enriching ideas, connecting and condensing ideas, etc. And then those foundational literacy skills that I mentioned earlier, print concepts, phonological awareness, phonics and word recognition, as well as fluency. So what I want to call out is that these don't happen in isolation. You can't separate one from the other. You can't say like, okay, well, first semester I'm gonna teach part 1 of the ELD standards. You need the other part as well, because how can you engage meaningfully in interpreting texts without knowing how texts are structured and how we connect and condense ideas, et cetera, et cetera. So it's very much connected. Also, just to highlight the point that the organization of the ELD connectors is the same as the one that we just looked at for the ELD standards. The only difference is for the content connectors, the ELD connectors, instead of looking at the 4 language domains like reading, listening, writing, and speaking in the ELD standards, for the ELD connectors, it's receptive language and expressive language. So those middle rectangles, receptive language and expressive language, is how those ELD connectors are looked at broadly, whereas for the ELD standards, we're looking at specific language domains. So those ELD standards are organized in those 3 parts like that. And just to look at it a little bit closer, part 1, interacting in meaningful ways, is organized in the following manner. So yes, collaborative mode is pretty self-explanatory. You're collaborating with others by engaging in dialogue with peers, but it includes those 4 corresponding standards. Students exchange information and ideas. And as I'm going through these, I want you to think of academic tasks that occur in content area. Exchanging information and ideas. Interacting via written English. Offering opinions. Adapting language choices. When students are collaborating, these are the standards that we're addressing in relation to English language development. When students are interpreting, meaning they are engaging in comprehension and analysis of written and spoken texts, the standards that correspond to that section are listening actively. That's a standard. How do we teach students to listen actively? Reading and viewing closely. How do we teach students to do that? How do we evaluate image choices? Analyzing language choices. These are all ELD standards. Again, go back to what I asked you to do. Think of your content area teaching. Do these happen during content area teaching? Yeah. For the student to be successful, they need to be taught these explicitly. Productive mode, creation of oral presentation and written texts. What are the standards that correspond to this mode? Presenting, That's an ELD standard. Composing, writing, that's an ELD standard. Supporting opinions, that's an ELD standard. And selecting language resources. The reason I highlight part 1 is because this can be a very dense conversation, but I want to leave you with the following. I want you to look closely at these standards and think of how it is that they are present in all of our content area learning. Students are required to do all of these. For our English learners, it needs to be taught explicitly with the appropriate linguistic supports, so that when we come to a situation where we are tempted to say, oh, they'll never be able to do X, Y, or Z on the LPAC, we can be sure that it's not due to the fact that they were not taught explicitly. Okay, I hand it over to Jessica.
Alrighty. All right, so now that we did a kind of a review for our EL folk, we're gonna do somewhat of a review for our SPED folk too, okay? So we're gonna take a look. We looked at comprehensive ELD. We're gonna jump into the eligibility report and kind of diving in and seeing, okay, well, what does that say about our students' needs, right? What are those supports that they need? What is it that is present? So the first question, there's some guiding questions. A, what is that disability category? Does that tell us enough, right? If we just know, oh, that student is a specific learning disability, or oh, that student has autism, is that enough information? And how often is that the only information that we're given? The other guiding question is, if the student's primary disability is SLD, that's specific learning disability, is the student's disability related to a disorder that directly impacts one or more of the language domains? So again, kind of peeling back the onion, right? Okay, well, they have SLD, you know, that's what the category they fall under. Well, is there something specific that that student needs support in? Do they need more support in writing than they do in reading, or vice versa? And then the last question there is, given the student's identified primary disability, what potential impacts does it have on their language acquisition skills? So again, more than just knowing what the category is or what the disability name is, really diving deep and see how is that impacting their language. So we'll talk a little bit about eligibility category and talk about those 3 top disability categories that our English learners fall under. Just with that eligibility category, we're looking at the primary category and how it manifests across those language domains. So just like we had said, what does it look for the student with listening? What does it look like for the student when they're speaking, reading, writing? If there are additional disabilities that are present, we want to also look at that and see how those two intersect. Meaning if a student has, say, autism as their primary and SLI, speech and language impairment, as the secondary, how does that intersect and what does that look like as well? So we want to look at primary, and if there's a secondary, we're also keeping an eye on that. So we're going to dive a little bit deeper into what those top 3 disability categories are. There's no real way for me to summarize this. I don't want to miss any information, so bear with me. I am going to not read word for word, but read from the screen just to make sure that we don't miss anything or confuse anything. Okay, so SLD, specific learning disability, means a disorder in one or more of the basic psychological processes involved in understanding or in using language, spoken or written, that may have manifested itself in the imperfect ability to listen, think, speak, read, write, spell, or do mathematical calculations, including conditions such as perceptual disabilities, brain injury, minimal brain dysfunction, dyslexia, and development aphasia. All right, that's a wordful, right? Is there anything that pops out when we're thinking about our English learners? Do we see any things that kind of intersect? If we know our students that are diagnosed with, English learners, they're most likely falling under SLD, 40% of our English learners, right? What are some things that might either get confused or misinterpreted as a disability versus a language difference? Something that pops out to me is language. Keeps coming up, right? Difficulty understanding or using language, spoken or written. Right? So just making sure, again, that we're looking at it. Is it a language difference or the disability? So I want a little bit more about SLD. Severe discrepancies between measures of intellectual ability and one or more of the following areas, with deficits in, again, oral expression, written expression, listening comprehension, basic reading skills, mathematics, reading comprehension, reading fluency. So again, thinking about our students that are English learners and what they're working on, what skills we're trying to bring up in them. Does it overlap? Yeah, right? Right here I see reading, writing, listening, speaking. Okay, sorry. Again, SLD is the severe discrepancy in related to the processing disorder in one or more of the following areas: attention, visual processing, auditory processing, phonological processing, sensory motor skills, cognitive abilities. All right, so we have these two areas, and it's in one or more. So making sure that when we're looking at, and Vanessa, if you have any fun stuff that you would like to add to this, looking at, okay, if we're saying that the student has areas of need here, we also need to say that they have areas of need here, correct? Vanessa, if you want to expand a little further.
Yeah, so I want to point out that the severe discrepancy that we see in the prior slide, in oral expression, written expression, all of those areas must be due to
Thank you, that's the way.
those processing disorders. So just not being able to have, just if a difficulty with oral expression, written expression exists on its own without it being tied to a processing disorder in one or more of those areas, shall not be used as a determinant to include SLD as the primary disability. Okay, so it must be linked to a processing disorder. It's not just due to work production. There must be evidence that there is a processing disorder in those areas listed in that previous slide.
Thank you, thank you. All right, so what is not SLD? Like she mentioned, it's not just oral expression, not just written expression, not just oral and written expression, a combination of those. We really are linking it to that processing disorder. So it's not, when we look at SLD and we have our students coming in and we're assessing and we're making sure that we're not saying it's because this kid's only been in school for a limited amount of time. They're a 10th grader and they've only been in school for 3 years, right? We're not saying that. We also make sure that we're not saying it because it's poor school attendance, okay? We're not saying it's primarily due to environmental or cultural differences. If a student is economically disadvantaged, intellectual disabilities. If a student has an intellectual disability, they do not have a specific learning disability, and vice versa. And then the last and most important right there is that limited English proficiency. We saw how much that it overlaps, right? And we need to really make sure that we're getting the people in the room to be able to disentangle that language difference versus disability and ensure that we're not over-identifying under SLD. Okay? A little bit about autism. The other, I think this is our third top one, is a developmental disability significantly affecting verbal and nonverbal communication. So again, language, social interaction, generally evident before the age of 3. So we're going to primarily see it before the age of 3. Other characteristics are often associated with autism is engagement in repetitive activities, stereotype movements, resistance to environmental change, unusual responses to sensory experiences. The term does not apply if a child's educational performance is adversely affected primarily because a child has an emotional disturbance. So it's not that alone, right? We want to make sure that we're looking at all these other aspects. This part I really do like, and I'll spend just a second on it, is when we're looking at a child with autism, and I think it highlights is when we see one child with autism, we see one, right? And I'll go ahead and read from it. In 2020, the CDC determined that approximately 1 in 54 children are diagnosed with the autism spectrum disorder. 31% of children with ASD, so autism, have an intellectual disability. Only 31%. Okay. 25% are borderline range. Okay, borderline. 44% have IQ scores in the average to above average range. Okay, and that just kind of highlights when we see a student with autism, sometimes there's assumptions made, right? We want to make sure that we look back at it and say they have a varying degree of abilities, right? All of our students come with varying degrees of abilities, and they don't always fall within that intellectual disability, the borderline, and so on. So the last one, which was our second area, was our speech and language impairment. SLI means a communication disorder. It's looking at stuttering, impaired articulation, language impairment, voice impairment that adversely affects the child's educational performance. Some of the attributes, I won't read through these all, but I do want to highlight, inability to express ideas, improper use of words and their meanings. An individual with receptive language disorder has difficulties with understanding what is said to them. Reduced vocabulary, inability to follow directions. And when we're looking at this, we want to make sure that if our student is, again, an English learner, this is present in both languages. If we're giving the assessment in English and we're like, yep, yeah, you know what, they're having an ability to express their ideas. Yep, they don't have the vocabulary to have, to participate. We're also looking at in their primary language, meaning if we need to have an interpreter present, someone to come in and utilize Spanish or whatever the language might be, we're coming in making sure that these areas are also present in their primary language. Okay. So just like when we talked about our English learners and the different typologies, that goes with the same with our students with disabilities. We look at the category. Go ahead.
Can we go back to that
Yes,
previous
we
slide?
can.
Yeah, so, okay. It's important for us to recognize that for the untrained eye, the attributes listed here for learners who meet eligibility criteria for SLI may look a lot like, whoa, that's an English learner. They are not able to express their ideas fluently. Some of their skills are noticeably behind. They don't have the same vocabulary that some of the other students have. They might have some difficulty in producing certain phonemes. They may have some interruption to the flow or rhythm of speech. And I say to the untrained eye because here is where I really want to put emphasis on the importance of a multidisciplinary team. If the individuals conducting an assessment are not perhaps fully fluent in the student's primary language, it is important to be well aware of what are some options that we may have to be able to make a proper determination, right? We know that if a disability is present, it's going to manifest in any language. It isn't just limited to English. So if a disability that is rooted in language is present, it will manifest in Mandarin, it will manifest in Tagalog, it will manifest in Spanish. It's going to manifest across languages, not just limited to English. We recognize that not all LEAs have access to fully bilingual assessors in all of the languages. We do have some resources, and somebody in the chat had already requested some, and I will drop them in there and then send them out via OMS on first best assessment options, and then second, third, and fourth best assessment options for assessing students whose primary language is one other than English, so that we're not stuck in these situations that can be a little bit nuanced.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for expanding on that. All right, so again, what I had mentioned is that we have all our different typologies. When we look at our English learners, not all student comes with the same background, their cultural experiences, their school experiences, their language, and it goes the same for our students with disabilities. When we look at that disability category, and like I had mentioned before, it obviously goes a lot further than just that initial student has autism, right? Or that student has a specific learning disability. It very much varies in depth and complexity and supports, right? Support needs. We use that language of, a student might have mild support needs, moderate support needs, extensive support needs, and so on. But just knowing that one student with autism or one student with an intellectual disability is very different from another, okay? Varying degrees of support. So the threat of educational benefit, when we have a student who is identified with having a disability, and our job as an LEA is that we provide and document educational benefit for our students with disability, and that is inclusive of our English learners with disabilities. And we want to make sure that when we're drawing that thread of educational benefit through the assessment, through developing an IEP, the present levels, that we're keeping in mind those needs of that student as an English learner. Okay? From the moment we are assessing the student, we're making sure that we're utilizing linguistically and culturally appropriate practices. When we're looking at our present levels, which we'll look at a little bit more in a second, we're including what are those supports, what does that language look like for that student? When we identify needs, what are some of those linguistic needs, and so on. Okay, and when we're developing those IEPs, we're ensuring that we're looking at FAPE, the free and appropriate public education. We're utilizing those non-discriminatory evaluations, developing an IEP with all those support needs in mind, including parents and students and participating in developing that, ensuring least restrictive environment. We're not just saying that once they have that disability that we're going to be moving them to a different setting, but truly looking at what the individual needs are and following the procedural safeguards. So we want to make that visible, right? We want to make it very visible in the process that we do. So again, assessment, developing those present levels of performance, and including the special factors. And we're going to just take a second to look at this to show how that continues to follow through and how do we ensure that those supports are in place for the student and they don't just disappear once they're identified with having a disability. When we're developing an IEP, we have the present levels of performance, and also called the PLOP, right? We're looking at what is that student's strengths and what are those areas of need. We're identifying their concerns, the parents' concerns. We're looking at what are the goals the students had previously had, if they had an IEP prior. We're making sure that we're looking at that English language proficiency. What are they currently at? If they took LPAC, what are their scores? What does that look like? We're looking at all different assessments and identifying the areas of need and determining the goals based off of that information. So again, this is probably very familiar process, right, for our special education folk, okay? When we look at the special factors, we're looking at what kind of supports does our student need? And when we look up at that assistive technology, we're very much looking at, okay, what kind of supports does the student need related to their disability? We're looking at tech, low to high, meaning, maybe they need visual supports in the classroom, all the way up to they need a specific device for speech to text, okay? We're also considering the low incidence services, but the part that we really want to highlight is when we're looking at the student's needs, again, we're looking beyond just the needs of the student because they have a disability, but we're looking at it from the lens of English learners, right? We have that little section in our special factors page that really calls out, okay, we need to look at it and see what are those linguistic supports that student needs. And again, it's not just checkbox. It is a checkbox system, but we're not just going through and saying, well, these are the 3 we check for all of our students, but really looking at what are the support needs that student specifically has. And there is an other section. So if we don't feel like those are those options are really in line with that student needs, you can add in the other option. We're also, again, looking at ELD. Where is ELD going to occur? Once again, that student has been referred or is receiving special education services. It's just not like, well, it's going to occur somewhere. We're being really intentional and saying, well, can they participate in general education setting for ELD? And if not, if they're going to a specialized setting, what does it look like? Okay, and making sure that as an IEP team, we're involved in those conversations. This is a fun one. When we look at linguistic supports, when I'm telling you, when I first started in this position and looking at English, I was like, those are accommodations. Like, to me, when I look at linguistic supports, when I look at manipulatives, word walls, real objects, all of those, to me, they look like accommodations, right? And sometimes they overlap. But we just have to be really clear is when we start looking at, okay, what are those supports? We want to say, okay, what are those supports to help them acquire language? And what are those supports to help them that is related to their needs of the disability? Okay, so sometimes we will see that overlap, and it's important that we have those conversations to determine, well, are we truly looking at it and saying, okay, what do they need to acquire language, as well as accessing their educational environment? Okay, so here we have a resource that just additional questions that we can look at when we're working with English learners with disabilities. This is from the California Practitioner's Guide. Again, what are we looking at? What is the student's levels, proficiency levels? What ELD standards amplify the content standards at students' English language proficiency? So which English language development standards are we utilizing? What oral language or language in the text will be new for my students or present challenges? So again, how do we support them? How will students interact in meaningful ways so that language from the ELD standards and learn about how English works? What types of scaffolding, accommodations, and modifications will individual students need to engage? So we're looking at what are some of those linguistic supports, what do the ELD standards look like, and what kind of accommodations are we going to provide to give them access? So just some guiding questions as we go along and we look at our duly identified students. So we made it through the third pillar. We made it to the third pillar. First, we had our comprehensive ELD. We make sure that that's in place. We take a look at the individual students' eligibility reports to see what category they are under and how we do support their individual needs. And then we have historical review of LPAC scores. So some guiding questions that we have here are, given the students' summative LPAC scores, is there a domain or domains that are consistently impacted over time? So look at the LPAC scores, look at their historical LPAC scores, and try and identify that. Over the years, has the IEP team sought out support from the ELD teacher or EL specialist to discuss student scores by domain? In this partnership, so between the EL specialist and their special education role, have they identified linguistic supports per domain area? So rather than just identifying, oh, the student needs these linguistic supports, we're breaking it down and saying, well, you know what, they need additional supports in reading, whereas in speaking, we're not seeing any issues. So let's look at that a little bit deeper. We have a sample score report. I believe these recently were updated, right? These are looking a little different. And this just is an example of it for the summative LPAC. We can see that we received a level 4 for it. He received a level 4 score of 1550. If we list that on IEP, we're looking at a student's IEP and we're reviewing, does that give us much information? Not necessarily, right? All I know is there's a number, right? They received a level 3. If I don't have any knowledge of what the scoring system might look like, I might not even know a 4 is what they need to attain. So coming back in, we can find additional information regarding what that score means. So moderately developed. It tells you a little bit about the assessment. What do the scores mean? And this is kind of nice right here. So when we talked about looking at the historical review of scores of the students' LPAC, it tells you right there in that little box, 4th score increased from last year, enough to reach a higher level. It tells you that. And then up on the top, as you can see, it tells you the past, I think it's typically the past 3 grades, right? And you can see, well, this year he got a 1550, he was level 3. Last year and the year before, he was at a level 2. He's making slow progress, right? Making slow progress. So we can look back into our samples, and those are things that we have to pull, right? We have to be able to go into our student information system, reach out to our EL coordinators, and pull these reports to get this information. This is an example of an alternate LPAC, and again, we're looking, we can identify what the student's level is, and then there are historical LPAC scores. Again, this is kind of nice if we're seeing, okay, well, they're making progress, so they're receiving some supports they're receiving the supports that they need, but maybe they need some additional support. But does that tell you enough, right? If we're just looking at those scores, the student received a level 4 and they're making progress, does it really break it down to tell you how they're doing when they're in listening, speaking, writing, and reading? Not necessarily, right? Where can we find the information that tells us what are they doing in listening, how are they doing in reading and writing? Speaking. Who can we reach out for that information? So just some of those thoughts when we're going along and we're looking, okay, well, we need to go back and look at their historical data. And again, on our student summative score report, it provides that. If we pull up this information, go further than just level 3, it pulls up a broken down of what does it look like in listening? What does the student look like in reading? I'm speaking, reading and writing. So when we're looking at what kind of linguistic supports, would we say that the student may need a lot of support in listening? No, right? Writing, maybe? Speaking? So it helps you identify what are those areas of need. Okay, so breaking it down a little bit further. Alternate, unfortunately, at this point doesn't do that, and the reason why is because it's all done in an integrated manner. So we talked about it earlier. I believe Vanessa touched upon it earlier. When you're doing I'm switching between slides, so I apologize. But when we're looking at the summative LPAC, you're tested by domains, right? You have your reading, your listening, your writing, and your speaking. Whereas when you do your summative alternate LPAC, it's all done in an integrated manner. So they're called task types, and we'll dive into that a little bit later and get to see what that looks like, but it doesn't give us that broken down score. All right. Any thoughts coming up there, Vanessa? Okay, perfect. All right. So again, this information, the purpose of going into this and looking at the historical LPAC scores is to see, okay, what is their current English language proficiency look like? And identifying, okay, well, what supports do they continue to need? Are we on the right track? Is the student not making progress? Is there one domain that the student is consistently receiving a 1 in, but then is getting 3s or 4s in the other? Are we targeting that? Are we targeting that when we're developing the IEP to ensure that the supports are in place? So just really kind of, again, peeling back the layers of the onion. All right. So we are going to be jumping into linguistically appropriate goals and objectives.
And I think for now, just because it's a natural break, let's take an early break. Let's take 7 minutes. And when we return, we'll jump in fresh, I'm hoping, into linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. So it is currently 10:25 here. So let's see you back at 10:32. Let's take a break. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We are ready to jump into linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. So just to recap, this morning we set the context and calibrated our understanding around our statewide data. We asked you to reflect around your own local data. And then we spent some time talking about pre-reclassification considerations. These are the things we are saying are in place prior to getting to the point where we are having a situation where we're talking about students being unable to, quote unquote, pass the LPAC. We've covered the ELD standards and comprehensive ELD, understanding the eligibility report, and engaging in historical reviews of LPAC scores. And let's connect the dots now. All of this is critical prior to having any reclassification considerations, because in order to reclassify, students are then set to be performing at par with their English-only peers, and specialized supports, i.e. comprehensive ELD, are no longer required. So, part of that conversation for dually identified students is the inclusion of linguistically appropriate goals and objectives in the IEP. And earlier I mentioned, like, oh, well, we checked the box that makes them linguistically appropriate. In case you missed it, that was a joke because we know that that's not what makes it linguistically appropriate. So we're going to spend some time digging into linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, or LAGOs for short. So when you hear me say LAGOs, that's what I'm talking about. So first question is, given the student's IEP, have LAGOs, linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, been developed with embedded language support in the identified areas of need? Second reflective question. Is the student demonstrating progress on their linguistically appropriate goals and objectives? If not, what adjustments have been made or could be made to their current linguistically appropriate goals and objectives? And this brings up a couple of points. Number one, can the IEP team reconvene to adjust goals? Yes, at any time. At any time. So if a student isn't making progress that we can see, remember that weaving the thread of educational benefit, that within 1 year's time, they're not going to make that goal, we should be reconvening and not waiting for the student to fail. Second, earlier we talked about how some of our learning opportunities, our professional learning opportunities, may still be siloed in a manner. And I've heard from the field, and quite rightfully so, that, well, Vanessa, it's sort of hard for me as the special education teacher to say that my goals are linguistically appropriate when I'm not trained in ELD standards and what it means for something to be linguistically appropriate. Valid points all around. Valid points all around, because we could have an understanding of what a linguistic support is, but we may not have the expertise necessary to align appropriately linguistic supports to grade level standards-based goals. So how do we do that? Well, a well-developed IEP illustrates an LEA's effort to provide and document educational benefit for students with disabilities. And one of the ways that we do that is by developing linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. However, I want to ask the following question. Zoom friends use the thumbs up or thumbs down, or T for true or F for false. My friends here, give me a thumbs up, thumbs down. Must English language development goals be included in the IEP? Must ELD goals be included in the IEP? Yes? No? Not sure? Don't want to commit to an answer in front of everyone? Survey says no. No. The IDEA requires that IEP goals be developed in areas of need related to the student's disability. Remember those 13 distinct disability categories? Being an EL is not, repeat, not a disability. Rather, the federal and state requirement is that IEP goals be linguistically appropriate, which means that they must be written at the level or linguistic ability that is appropriate for each English learner student and the English language development level as evidenced by the LPAC or the alternate LPAC. So remember how we said that all of this builds? You can't have the reclass conversation without having these conversations. So how do we do that? Well, we start with the clear understanding that linguistically appropriate goals are not specific ELD goals, but rather linguistically appropriate goals that align to those ELD standards based on where the student is. And here is where we go back to the conversations we had with Jessica around eligibility, right? What the eligibility report says and how that informs the development of the IEP. The forms do in fact inform. They make the process visible. You need assessment data to accurately develop present levels of performance. You need assessment data to accurately reflect any special factors that must be considered by the particular student's IEP team. All of these are going to inform how we develop a linguistically appropriate goal. So let me take you on a walking thinking exercise. Choose any of the disability categories that Jessica covered earlier today: SLD, SLI, or autism. Think of the characteristics. Think of a student who's an English learner whose primary disability is one of those three. If you're a general education friend, bear with me because I'm going to pull you in a second if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about. Then think about any special factors that might be necessary. And let's start thinking about how it is that we're going to select a goal. How do we select that goal? How do we think of those special factors? And how does this come together to help us develop that goal? Number one, eligibility report. The psychoeducational assessment report is going to tell us what the primary disability is or the secondary disability is. It's going to give us a summary, some recommendations, etc. As we're developing the IEP, we enter information into the document. We enter it into the present levels of performance. Somewhere on that page, towards the bottom, if you're a SACE user, it'll say, the following goals are going to be developed in the areas, blah, blah, blah. And then you identify the areas for which you will develop a goal. With me so far? Okay. All those areas that you identify there must have a goal. Okay, if you call it out, you have to have a goal. Okay? Now, that's the grade level standards-based goal. Now let's put our English learner hat on. So my English learner friends, now think back to what we talked about with the ELD standards and comprehensive ELD. I know that this student is part of my ELD exchange, and they're part of my emerging group. Okay? In my emerging group, where I'm explicitly teaching the ELD standards during designated ELD, here are some of the specific standards that I'm focusing in on, and these are some of the linguistic supports this student needs. Well, that also has a place in the special factors, because in the special factors, if you think back to what Jessica shared, she talked about AT, being an English learner, and behavior goals. What are some additional things that we need to consider in regards to this individual student so that we can fully develop a comprehensive ELD, IEP with ELD considerations? Well, all of that information that I just talked about lives with different individuals. So a multidisciplinary team approach is critical so that we can discuss how it is that we can develop a goal that is linguistically appropriate. That is not to say that some of our friends out there are more than adequately prepared to develop linguistically appropriate goals. Best practice, however, is to bring in as many experts as possible into the table so that we can engage in these conversations, because it can be tricky. When we're thinking of the 7 basic components of a goal, there's like the who, does what, when, given what, how much, how will it be measured, and the standard being addressed, right? So who? The student. Does what? That observable behavior. By when? That reporting date in a year's time. Given what? What are the specific conditions we are calling out? How will we know? Criteria mastery. How will it be measured? Performance data. And which is the standard being addressed? So those are the basic components of a goal. So let's layer on top the linguistic requirement. We're constantly thinking about the cognitive level of the student. We're constantly thinking about the linguistic level of the student, the developmental level in both the primary and the secondary language. We're also looking at the overall performance in their comprehensive ELD instruction. And we're considering their prior knowledge, cultural relevant materials, heritage, etc. All of these things are happening at the same time, which is why I mentioned that it can be nuanced, and let's face it, a little complicated. But if we think back to some of the framing questions in developing an IEP for a student who's an English learner with a disability, we always want to keep in mind the proficiency level in relation to the LPAC. Those ELD standards, those clusters that are going to be more important in amplifying grade level content standards, and always thinking ahead of what challenges may present themselves and how do we ensure that students are interacting in meaningful ways, learning about how English works, and how are we going to support access? Because what is this all about? It's all about meaning making. All of this is important because language is at the core of all curriculum. To be able to ensure that a student is going to make adequate progress in a year's time in the goal that we've developed must be inclusive of linguistic supports to make it happen. So earlier, Jessica called out that when she started looking at a list of linguistic supports, she's like, oh, you mean accommodations? Yeah, they can do double duty. They can do both. However, it's about the purpose. When is it an accommodation? It's an accommodation when it's specific to the disability need. When is it a linguistic support? When it's truly supporting access to English. So let's look at manipulatives, word walls, real objects, pictures, graphics, cooperative learning, opportunities, building on background knowledge, reading aloud interactively, labels, and technology or multimedia. When might one of these be an accommodation? Zoom friends, you can go ahead and drop it in the chat. And my in-person friends, when might some of these linguistic supports be considered accommodations? And I gave you a hint. I said that they're accommodations when they support a disability-related need. So tie it back to the disability, that makes it an accommodation. I'm a student whose primary disability category is for SLI, and I have difficulty articulating orally my thoughts. Which one can I use as an accommodation? If I'm going to be prompted by a visual, right? If I'm presenting, it could be, you know, a real object. It could be a graphic as a reminder. Okay. If I get nervous and I need support in remembering some of the content-specific words that I need to be using when sharing out, and my primary is OHI for generalized anxiety disorder, and my secondary is for SLI. When might it be an accommodation? Which one of those might be an accommodation? Word walls, right? Labels, sentence frames. So not necessarily a linguistic support, but because it's disability specific, it's an accommodation. That doesn't mean, though, that if the student is an English learner, it doesn't do double duty as a linguistic support as well. And this is going to be critical to remember when we look at reclassification criteria 2, teacher observation, for the OPTEL and reclassifying. Yes, Jessica.
We just had one shared out, so I wanted to put out there. If a student has a visual processing disorder, something that's affecting their visual processing, they might need read aloud as an accommodation versus a linguistic support.
It's a great one. Anything else here we want to share out? So just as a reminder that this is not an exhaustive list by all means, and some of you are already embedding these in your goals, oftentimes as part of the context, right? Given what? Given a sentence frame, student will be able to blah, blah, blah. So what's important to remember, though, is that you may have it as an accommodation, right, to have the student meet the goal, but recognizing like, oh yeah, I can see how this can also be a linguistic support is critical, right? How is it that I'm going to bridge that grade level content that I want them to be able to demonstrate by meeting this goal, and what linguistic supports may be necessary to get them there? Because again, the standards are underneath it all. We want to ensure that students are engaging and interacting in meaningful ways, that they're learning about how English works. And somebody had a wonderful comment in the chat. It made me chuckle because I thought back to like my early days when I was learning. She took me back to the BICS and the CALPS, right? Basic interpersonal communication skills and the academic language, right? Proficiency, cognitive academic language proficiency. So part 1 is all about interacting in those meaningful ways, right? Remember, engaging with others in dialogue, collaborative mode, how we come together and collaborate. The interpretive mode, how we come together and we analyze written and spoken texts. The productive mode, creating oral or written texts, oral presentations or written texts, learning about how English works, structuring those cohesive texts, expanding and enriching ideas, and connecting and condensing ideas. We also spent some time taking a look at the standards that align with each of those modes. And now we're going to actually spend a little bit more time on learning about how English works with the lens of linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. When you're developing a grade level standards-based goal, if the goal calls for students to engage in dialogue with others, guess what? Those standards are going to give you an idea of how to support them. If your goal, your academic goal, your whatever goal you've decided to develop includes interpretive mode tasks, such as comprehension and analysis of written and spoken texts, guess what? Standards 5 through 8 are going to give you ideas of some of those linguistic supports that are necessary. If your goal is about producing, meaning oral presentations or written texts, you're going to go to standards 9 through 12 for an idea of what some linguistic supports might look like. So it's that alignment between that grade level content standard you're developing and what you want them to do that's language related that will help you guide your attention to where you want to go to elicit those linguistic supports. Now, if the goal, and I want you to see how it builds on cognitive demand, right? So we always want to think of cognitive and linguistic demands as being on a scale, right? You want to balance it. If you have high cognitive demand and high language demand, it's going to need substantial supports for you to be able to do that. When we're looking at a goal, perhaps, that you're developing that is all about structuring cohesive texts, standards 1 and 2 is where it's at. It's going to give you understandings on text structure, what it might look like for the student, language related, and understanding cohesion. So if you're looking for linguistic supports to address a goal that is about structuring cohesive texts, standards 1 and 2. If your goal is about expanding and enriching ideas, or has an element of expanding and enriching ideas, standards 3 to 5 are going to start giving you those ideas of some linguistic supports necessary to be able to engage in that task. From using verbs and verb phrases, nouns and noun phrases, modifying to add details. If the goal calls the student to connect and condense ideas, guess what? Part 2, standards 6 through 7, ELD standards all about connecting ideas and condensing ideas. I'm going to take you back. Sorry if I'm giving you whiplash, vertigo, or any of that. Remember when I talked about comprehensive ELD and I mentioned that my suspicion, my theory, haven't done any type of study into it, is that we get stuck with our long-term English learners when it comes to part 2 of the ELD standards. Here we go, close your eyes if you need to. We do this no problem, right? Granted, we don't do it explicitly as designated ELD, but we do some element of it, and that's a win. But let's start thinking about designated ELD time, right? Let's do it in a protected time. By the way, protected time is just that, protected time. There's like no quantity required. For some reason, some folks are like, no, like it's 45 minutes. No, it's just a protected time. Protected time where ELD standards are your focal standards. So absolutely, yes, students typically can do some of this, but this, how long do we spend teaching those standards that align to this? Learning about how English works explicitly, where we teach students how to understand text structure. When we teach students how to understand cohesion, using verb and verb phrases, noun and noun phrases, modifying to add details when expanding and enriching ideas, connecting ideas, condensing ideas. I believe, again, Vanessa believes, that this is where our LTELs get stuck. Thinking to my own experience as an English learner, I was in a bilingual program all the way up to 3rd grade. So I grew up learning both English and Spanish, though my home language was Spanish. My kids' home language was Spanish. I cannot say that I remember, not to say that it didn't happen, being taught explicitly how to do any of these. And I think that speaks also to the fact that many of our students end up having to take a remedial writing course when they get to college. Or, you know, we have conversations like, oh yeah, like I passed the multiple choice part of the test, like no problem, but the writing, oh my God, that was so hard. And it's all about learning about how English works, if we think about it, right? It's not the lack of intellectual capacity, cognitive ability, right? It's like these explicitly taught skills, language-based skills that are sometimes lacking. And then finally, if your goal is all about foundational literacy skills, know that the ELD standards, part 3, are all about the foundational skills, also same as grades K-5. Okay, so I told you, I warned you that linguistically appropriate goals and objectives are going to be dense. So I'm going to give you a couple of seconds to talk to your elbow partner about what stood out from that first chunk about logos, what caught your attention. Friends in Zoom, use the chat feature and add a wondering, an aha, or any reflection that you want to share regarding this first portion on linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. I'll give you a minute or so. Loving the ear hustle, picking up on what's being shared. And does anybody here present live want to share a reflection and aha or a wondering? Mm-hmm. they're doing the Spider-Man meme thing where they're like, no, you.
I'll go. So just my theory on why that part 2 is so important, and there's a lot of long-term English learners. I think we see that maybe practice in the ELA classroom for the most part, or the designated ELD, but not so much in the content area. So for example, in the science, there might be like going over how a lab report is structured.
Right.
And maybe just that far.
Right.
And you don't necessarily go deeper.
Right. And that's a great point. So the comment was for our Zoom friends that sometimes, yes, looking at that part 2 of the ELD standards, it may get addressed in an ELA class or during designated ELD time. But when it comes to content area learning, so think more middle school, high school, but also elementary grades, right? It's not necessarily done when we're talking about content-specific work. So for example, she shared that a lab report, the structure of a lab report, like how often is that reviewed and why a lab report is structured in a particular way, why this part needs to come first, why this part needs to come second, how do you summarize your hypothesis, right? So again, that being your integrated ELD portion, right? Where the content area teacher is using elements of the ELD standards. That's a beautiful example for integrated ELD, right? Where you're using those ELD standards to embed during your content area instruction to teach students how it is that a document is structured. And it doesn't stop there. Think of also your textbooks, right? The organization of our textbooks. So this is something I can remember back to elementary school, being taught how to use the table of contents, how to use the index, how to read the chapter heading, the subheadings, how to read the captions under the pictures. That I do remember, and that was incredibly helpful because it allowed me to help my own students when I became a teacher to teach them basic structures of books, how to find information, right? So again, that's critical that we look at content area learning, and then the language of the discipline as well, right? I'm not just talking about that tier 3 vocabulary, but I'm also talking about, like the specific language of the discipline, right? History, typically you need to be able to read in the past tense and understand, what tenses mean and how that content is organized, right? Science is more informative, expository text, that it's very straight and to the point. There's not much allegory there. So again, knowing the difference between what types of skills are necessary when engaging with what types of text is also critical to the process. Jessica, I know you're going to share something that popped up in the chat.
Yes, so we have one person that put that they're reflecting on the importance of collective responsibility within the system to know the importance of ELD standards that have for all work related to multilingual students, and that multilingual specialists, team members should not always be the experts, that we really should all know this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's always something that, like people say like, oh, like we need to break down silos. And I always like to push back, but I guess it's in my nature, where it's like, no, I think we need silos, but what needs to be developed are those scaffolds and connectedness between the silos. And I hate using a medical analogy because I in no shape or form am saying that our students with disabilities should be looked at within like a medical mindset, but think of us when we go to the doctor, right? I'm not going to go to an orthopedic specialist for, a dermatology concern. But I am going to expect them to be sharing and communicating with my general practitioner so that everybody is aware of all my needs, right? So when we're working with students who are dually identified at the table, I want my English learner specialist. I want my ELD TOSA. I want my ELD teacher there to help me see what I'm missing as the ed specialist whose training and background isn't necessarily in all things ELD. I want the help. I want to know because, as you all shared earlier with me, it's all about access, equity for our students. How do we get them to access the courses that we want them to get to, not by bypassing a system, but by giving them what is rightfully theirs, which is both Title III and IDEA supports, English learners and English learner and special education services. Because as highlighted in the development of linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, we're considering all these elements, but we must know the linguistic level of the student and performance in designated and integrated ELD. So having the right people at the table is critical so that we can have meaningful conversations. Because when talking about communication skills in English, we want to be clear on the following. So the ELD standards and the LPAC look at language by domains. They look at listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And when I say LPAC, I mean like the OG LPAC. When I'm talking about the other one, I'm going to say the alternate. And I like to say that because sometimes people get confused, like, oh, like, so which one was it? So LPAC, I'm talking about the old one, the original gangster one. So let's look at the performance areas. So the LPAC is going to assess 4 specific domains. And this is going to come back later on when we talk about, surprise, surprise, domain exemptions. Okay, so the LPAC assesses listening, speaking, reading, and writing. In the assessment report, you're going to get a score for each domain, but you're also going to get a composite score. You're going to get the oral language composite, which is made up of speaking and listening. And then you're going to get the written language composite, which is a combination of writing and reading. Okay, so those are called performance areas. 4 domains: listening, speaking, reading, writing. The performance areas: oral language composite and written language composite. So you saw this earlier with Jessica, but I want to call out some other salient features here. So this is a sample summative student score report. You can find these online, and I think I linked this one to the web page. And the first page gives you basic information. It tells you the level, and it defines what that level is. So this student, Fort Texas, is a level 3. He's a 1550, and he's right at the top of the 3, almost a 4, Almost there for ELP assessment, criteria 1 for reclass. And then it gives me a description. Fort has moderately developed English skills and can sometimes use English to learn new things in school and interact in social situations. Fort may need help using English to communicate on less familiar school topics and in less familiar social situations. Present levels language, communication, copy-paste, use it. The score range for grade 6 is 1150 to 1900. A score of 1567 or higher is considered proficient in English for grade 6. So he's at 1550, 1567 is proficient, 17 points away. Gives me good information. And then here you have additional info on what it is, how it's administered, and what the scores mean. Again, information you can absolutely use in your present levels and during your IEP meetings. Page 2, and I'm going to step up here. Don't laugh if I fall. Or do, it's okay. Page 2. Page 2 goes a little bit deeper. So up here at the top on this first top section, it tells us briefly that Fort's score increased from last year, enough to reach a higher level. Present levels information, use it, communication. Historical review. Now, I want you to notice that this is overall, it's not by domain. So earlier, Jessica prompted you with, is this enough? Do I need more? I'm always wanting more. And I would want to know by domain. What has that growth looked like by domain? So I'm looking here that Fort has been making consistent growth. As a 4th grader, he was a level 2 with a score of 1490. Grade 5, he was a level 2, 1500. Grade 6, level 3, 1550. So he's making adequate growth. But I'm wondering, is it a consistent 3-3-3-3? Is it a 4-3-2-3? What does it look like by domain? Why? Because that is going to impact what my designated ELD looks like for this student. If I'm going just by the overall score and I'm saying like, oh, like Fort's a level 3, I'm just going to put him in the level 3 ELD exchange group. But it's been consistently that writing domain that is impacting the overall, and we're not doing anything to support that writing domain if we're not looking at it, like drilling down into it. So now I start getting a little bit more granular information. Not everything that I want, but it's looking a little better now, right? So I had questions in regard to the domain. Well, I'm getting information related to the domains and the composites. So this first section here, we have the oral language score, which is a combination of listening and speaking. So in listening and speaking, the oral language composite, he's at a 1520, moderately developed. Okay, that's more intel, that's more data, I know a little bit more. And then I look at the written language score. I'm looking at reading and writing, and in reading and writing, oh my goodness, he's moderately developed. Higher score though, 1580. I wonder what that means. I look down, and then I see that as my oral language composite, I have 2 domains responsible for that. One is listening, for which he is at the well-developed stage. And then speaking, somewhat moderately developed. Okay, strong suit is what? Listening. I move across to the written language composite score. We said it was an overall 1580, moderately developed. I look at reading. In reading, he's well developed. In writing, he's somewhat moderately developed. Okay, in the written language composite, reading is his strong suit. So I've identified a relative strength and a relative weakness. So I know that for Fort, speaking and writing are going to require a little bit more support than listening and reading. But guess what else that tells us? So, okay, remember, speaking and writing were the ones that were like a little bit lower than the other two. Speaking and writing. Oh, speaking and writing. What element of language is that? Expressive. We're looking at the expressive language domain. For Fort, even though this report doesn't tell me that, I know that speaking and writing are expressive language domains. So I know that that's the area of language that Fort might have some more difficulty in. So that is going to be important information for me as I'm engaging my EL counterpart in the conversation to be like, tell me a little bit more about expressive language domains. Like I'm not sure that I fully grasp it. What are some linguistic supports I can embed in my goals? ELD teacher, like, were you aware of this? Like, did you know that he's higher in listening and reading than speaking and writing? Do you see that in your class? What are some supports that you use in your class to help him so that I can use it during my time with him? Those types of conversations can't happen if we don't have the right people at the table. And remember, we have this written into the IEP. Consultation and collaboration with the gen ed teacher, the ELD teacher. It's written into the IEP. Should be happening. And I know I'm not going to pretend like, oh, like time is not a constraint. No, like I know time's a constraint, right? But like, how is it knowing that this is a promising practice that we can make time for this? Do we request time during staff meetings? Do we request for planning time? Like, what might that discussion look like, right? And again, recognizing that there's, like issues related to, no, we already have a PD calendar. We don't have any time for that. But again, knowing this information can help perhaps persuade, understanding how English works, right? How English works. Use your persuasive skills to make an argument for that collaborative time. Because even for students who take the alternate LPAC, we have a version of that same report. It's not as detailed and as nuanced as the other one, but it does give us very important information. So it gives us some brief history as to what the alternate LPAC is, what the scores mean, and then it breaks down the score. But if you notice, it doesn't go as in-depth as the OG LPAC does. It just tells you where they are, whether they're fluent English proficient, intermediate English learner, or a novice English learner. It talks about how students may use their preferred communication modes, such as eye gaze, pointing, gesture. So that's important because that's something that we oftentimes get questions on. Well, how are my students going to access the alternate LPAC? They can't read or write. Well, don't worry, the alternate LPAC doesn't require them to read or write. At least not in the traditional manner that we may be used to. They're allowed to use their preferred mode of communication, which is as valid as ours is in communicating. Whether it be eye gaze, pointing, gestures, picture cards, communication binders, buttons, Dynavox, anything that they use, any combination is appropriate. Because it's important for us to recognize that, yes, these score reports are important, but we also need to go back to the basics, right? Like what we learned back in our TE courses, right? and learning about language acquisition and second language learning, knowing that there are stages of English language development, and that for English learners whose home language is one other than English, we start with native language learning. They have language information, they have language knowledge. However, as we're looking at attainment of English language proficiency, we go through the emerging stage, the expanding stage, bridging, and then finally lifelong language learner. So once a student is reclassified, they're classified as being fluent English proficient, RFEP, and I would argue that even for English only peers, we are all lifelong language learners. Think of when you're learning new concepts, when you're going to school and you're familiarizing yourself with new content. Sometimes it's like, oh my gosh, this makes no sense to me. And you have to learn how to speak the lingo, right? And how to use it appropriately. So keeping all this in mind is important because it requires a lot of understanding and a lot of collaboration, because let me tell you, this is not knowledge I had when I was in the classroom my first couple of years. And I'm speaking as an ed specialist in a district with a lot of English learners. And despite my caseload being 80% English learner, I didn't get to participate in trainings that covered this information. So I share this with you just so that we are all aware of what is being shared statewide. That's my experience, but so many special education friends, EL friends, general education friends have echoed the same sentiment. You know, this is great, but unfortunately we don't get to cross-pollinate, right? We pretty much stay in our lanes, and that is how it's designed. So I'm trying to take us back, you know, Be Kind, Rewind, that VHS cassette, and take us back to some of what our EL friends might consider basic, but to what for some of our special education ed specialist friends is new learning, right? So again, that calibration component. So when we're looking at the LPAC performance levels, this is how they align to the ELD standards proficiency level. And I want to call out specifically over here, emerging, expanding to bridging. So look at the linguistic supports section. So do you see how it builds substantial linguistic support? So a student who is minimally developed on the LPAC is going to require substantial linguistic supports, as opposed to a student who's a level 4 on the LPAC, they're going to require light linguistic supports. So this is critical to the development of linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, because the LPAC score, the performance level, is going to tell you what level of linguistic supports they are going to need. And this is a lot of text, and don't worry, I'm not going to read it to you. It gives you a brief description, of what these linguistic supports look like, right? What a substantial linguistic support could look like, what a moderate linguistic support could look like, and what a light linguistic support could look like. However, with the caveat that the levels of support may vary per domain. If you think back to the assessment report here for Fort, the level of support, linguistic support he's going to need for listening is going to be different than what he's going to need for speaking. Same thing with reading, same thing with writing. So now I want to take us back to this page where we're looking at linguistic supports, but I want us to think about it using this. Substantial linguistic supports, moderate linguistic supports, light linguistic supports. Let's think of sentence frames. Not listed there, but let's think of sentence frames. So could be an accommodation, could be a linguistic support. Let's think of it as a linguistic support. How might we differentiate sentence frames as a substantial linguistic support, moderate linguistic support, or light linguistic support? What might a substantial linguistic support look like in sentence frames? Okay, could be like almost like a cloze type of like writing assignment where students are just popping in some words, maybe accompany a sentence frame with a word bank also, like a little bit more substantial. A student with more moderate needs, instead of a simple subject, verb, whatever, you might have connectors now, right? In the sentence frame, blank, 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 and, or blank, therefore blank, right? And light linguistic supports where perhaps you might have even less than that, right? So all of these linguistic supports can be adapted depending to where the student is in relation to their need. And it's important for us to remember that, because critical to the conversation is now, going back to the linguistically appropriate goal, is how does the disability manifest? How does it impact the domain? And what supports may be necessary to access the curriculum? So here's little Armando. Armando's in 5th grade, primary SLD. He's an LPAC level 2. He's low in reading, English learner, etc., etc. Does this tell me enough to develop a linguistically appropriate goal and objective? It does not. It doesn't give me enough. We want to go back to the present levels of performance and take a look at additional information. Because now, when I referred back to the present levels, I know that it was identified that he's going to need goals in reading comprehension and fluency. We know that he's an English learner, so we need logos. I'm going to need baselines for both, and that these conditions are going to be absolutely necessary to consider when looking at accessibility resources and assistive technology. So having reviewed the present levels and engaged with the team to have more information, now I'm able to gather all of these tidbits that inform what I'm going to use to develop a linguistically appropriate goal. And this is what we came up with. Here's a quick goal, and I want you to lend it a critical eye. It was developed in the area of need, reading comprehension. There's a baseline. There's the goal. I'm saying that it enables a student to participate in the general education curriculum via the following standard, and that it's linguistically appropriate. This is a sample, an example, not an exemplar. Okay? And the reason I asked for a critical eye is because I want you to be thinking, you know, like, what is this goal missing? What else would I add? And do I even know where this information came from? And I would argue that in order to have all of this information, some level of collaboration would be necessary, because typically I know practice, my own practice, in the very beginning was to just include those numerical figures and not know exactly what they meant. So having pushed my way into different types of learning opportunities allowed me to then understand what all of these baseline data points meant and all these numbers meant to be able to make sense of what I need to develop a goal for Armando. So because our time is limited, and this is another training altogether, there is a fantastic resource that was developed by Los Angeles Unified School District that breaks down the ELD standards, not just by grade level, but also by emerging, expanding, and bridging. So if you're wondering how to disentangle by grade level, what standard would I use to support an English learner for whom I'm developing a linguistically appropriate goal and objective based on their level of proficiency, that is available there. And because we always want more and more and more, at least that's me, I want to see examples of what a linguistically appropriate goal could look like. We've gone ahead and linked some examples here. You'll see a 3rd grade one, a 7th grade one, and a high school example that highlights the standard, highlights the ELD standard, and puts it together in a goal. So those are very, very good resources that you can take a look at to deepen your understanding of linguistically appropriate goals. If you're also wondering, well, is it just for academic goals? Well, we need to expand our understanding of what academic could mean, because here is an example of a communication or a vocational goal for a student. And it follows the same format. And we invite you to identify what might be missing, what else could be added, and also that question, where did all this information come from? Because we don't want to send you empty-handed if you want to continue this learning with your teams. We have some student cards here that you can use to work to develop your own activities in relation to developing linguistically appropriate goals and objectives so that we can have those conversations. So that being said, we are at lunchtime. And what I want to do is I want to give you a full hour. It is 11:31. Let's be back at 12:32 by the time I'm done talking. We'll see you back here. We're going to pick it up and we're going to continue our learning, diving deep now into these final elements and the reclassification conversation. See you in an hour. Enjoy your lunch. All right, everyone, welcome back. We trust your lunch was an enjoyable one, that you got a chance to relax, keep your eyes away from the screen for a second, move around, and take care of you. So, as you recall, prior to our lunch break, we were talking about linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. And we were talking about some of the potential linguistic supports that could be selected for students. So if you are finding yourself to be at a loss or not knowing exactly what else to look for in supporting students, know that the California Assessment Accessibility resources available really do offer a great starting point for considering additional supports. If you visit the matrix, you'll be able to see some of those accessibility resources available for all assessments, including the CASP and the LPAC. So knowing that you can go there to support students is going to be critical for your team's discussion, because it will help you determine whether the proposed goals are appropriate for the student and if they are meaningful. We are also going to be reflecting on whether the goals that we're developing are supporting students to become more independent, to self-advocate, to solve problems, to plan and achieve for lifelong dreams and learnings, to enjoy richer relationships with peers, and to access the general education curriculum, as well as fully experiencing their community and preparing for a career of their choice. So what's important here is that we are all learning together. So we've developed a fig jam, and let's see, let me try this. Yay, did it. And it's a way for you to engage in the process related to developing linguistically appropriate goals and objectives. And what it does is it provides you with an opportunity to be able to to be able to take a look at disability-related considerations, English language acquisition considerations, and how we work towards putting it together. Feel free to duplicate this, make a copy, use it for yourself, play around with it. It is your sandbox. It's for you to play. It's for you to explore. Feel free to spend some time there, whether it be today or later on during the day. It makes me happy to be seeing all those little arrows there. That means that you're accessing the resource. It should give you ample opportunities to engage with the tool as we work towards making linguistically appropriate goals and objectives a part of every one of our student who is dually identified program. With that, I'm going to hand it over to Jessica to take over for ELP assessment. And as soon as she covers some basics there, we're going to jump in equipped with all of your learning today to talk about reclassification for students who are ready to remove ELD and related supports. Jessica?
All right, thank you. So, jumping into 5, we're looking at our English language proficiency assessment. Some of those guiding questions that we have are looking at, based on the student's current operative IEP, which English language proficiency assessment will the student be participating in? Will it be the LPAC or the summative LPAC? What accessibility supports are necessary to support the student and access to their designated ELP assessment? And if the student is taking the LPAC, have we considered any supports specific to domains or potentially domain exemptions? So we're going to dive a little bit deeper into each of those areas. First being, what are those 2 ELP assessments? We know we have our summative LPAC, our OG LPAC, as Vanessa calls it. That is our first, right? We now have the alternate LPAC that's been used for the past couple years, and that's specifically for our students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. Those are our 2 options when we're looking at our ELP assessment. As we noted earlier, our LPAC, our OG LPAC, tests within those 4 domains. You have your listening, speaking, reading, writing, and set up in those for different performance areas, or oral language and written language. Whereas our alternate LPAC is done to test in a very integrated way. We don't have those separate domains being assessed. It is one assessment with all those kind of interlocked in integrated within, and they're set up in task types. And we'll get to hear a little bit more about that in a few minutes. Okay, so why is that important? We're going to jump into reclassification criteria in a few minutes, but I do want to highlight, outlined within that ELP assessment, it says that a student has to acquire a 4 on the summative LPAC, the regular LPAC, or a 3 on the alternate LPAC. I'm going to go ahead and skip these real quick. And how do we do that? So we know we have 2 assessments, summative, alternate. But there's 3 options in order to achieve that proficiency on the ELP assessment. Not 3 assessments, but 3 options in order to get to that, either the 4 on the LPAC or 3 on the alternate LPAC. You'll see in option 1, we're looking at English learners with disabilities who are able to demonstrate English language proficiency in all 4 domains with or without accommodations. So we're looking at 1, they can take that regular general LPAC and just with some accommodations, with or without. 2 is that alternate LPAC. So we're looking at students with the most significant cognitive impairments who are assessed and are eligible for that alternate assessment. 3, we're looking at English learners with disabilities whose disability preclude assessment in 1 or more of those domains. So thinking domain exemption. And that one is specifically for the LPAC. There are no domain exemptions on the alternate LPAC because of how it's developed. All right, so we're going to dig a little bit deeper into each of these options. But one of the things that we want to make sure that we come back to is who is at the table when we're discussing that. So when we're looking at, okay, is that student going to take the summative? Are they going to take the alternate LPAC? What resources are they going to have available? Are we doing domain exemptions? We want to look and see, do we have a multidisciplinary team approach when we're having that conversation? We want to make sure we're considering the individual student needs, like we discussed. Look at which support providers that student has within their services. We're including general education teachers, we're including the ELD teachers, the TOSAs, all those individuals who would have some insight on how that student is performing and the supports they need. So this is a neat little tool that we kind of mentioned earlier that is new this year. It is the LPAC Students Needs Matching Tool. Before, the resources or the tools were kind of set up per assessment or per domain. And this is a new one that's outlining per need. So we're looking at that first box. We're looking at support for executive functioning, such as attention, cognition control, and processing. And it kind of helps us to say, okay, well, we have a student who maybe needs some support in executive functioning. What are some ideas or supports that might support that student in that area? Now, does it mean that we have to use all those? No, right? We want to be very selective in what we provide our student based off of their needs. But these are some guides. It kind of serves as a guide to kind of come together as a team and say, okay, well, have we considered, maybe we haven't considered masking or magnification, and it just kind of brings to light that that could be something that's going to help in that area of need. Yes, we have a question.
I really want to emphasize that with everyone. When students come into the room to take the LPAC, and I administer that with my folks too, we see that different accommodations have been provided and different supports have been provided, but the students are like, okay, why do I have a bigger mouse than somebody else? Or why do I have this and I don't get it? So it causes confusion if that's not a tool that they're used to using already in the setting. So I encourage people to be very, very selective in the tools that they provide and make sure that the students understand why those tools are being provided, because otherwise it causes more harm than good.
Perfect. Yes, completely agree. And I'll repeat it for our Zoom friends. Just that during an assessment, one of our participants was mentioning that they'll sit down, assess the student, and all of a sudden there's resources that have been clicked that are being provided and the student doesn't know what it is, right? Example was the big mouse tool. Has never been exposed to it before. And was just really highlighting that we need to make sure that they're specific to the student need, right? And the student has practiced with them before. So this conversation isn't going to happen the day before or the week before assessment, right? We want to make sure that we're having this conversation ahead of time and looking, okay, what supports could be useful, and let's try them out before we get to the assessment. There's opportunities for practice tests that are available on the LPAC site that can give them the opportunity to look at, okay, well, what kind of voice do I want if I have read aloud, what is that going to look like? What does that enlarged mouse look like? Is it useful? Is it not? What does this masking tool do? What does the masking tool do? Is it helpful? Is it not? And having them kind of part of that conversation as well, if they're able to dictate what would be supportive.
I want to add that in one of the sessions that we were in, can't remember if it was at All Titles or GABE, it was revealed that only about 3% of the accommodations that were added on TOMS were accessed by students. So roughly about 3%. So important here to highlight is that we are intentional with our selection of those accessibility resources, and not just for our students with disabilities, because we know that we can quote unquote turn on designated supports for our English learner students, even those without an IEP or a 504 plan. Those are available for all. But what's critical here is exposure and generalizability in the use of the tool. So just telling the student, oh yeah, when you take the SBAC or the LPAC, you're going to be able to expand passages, or you're going to be able to mask. It's not the same as actually teaching the student to access that support across activities. So the IABs are a great place for the SBAC, and then there's also the LPAC practice tests also, where you can practice seeing what those might look like. And also ensuring that students are familiar where to find them, because if you look at the testing interface, some of the menus or some of the little icons are super tiny, and if the students don't know how to associate the icon to the accessibility resource, that may also impact them accessing the necessary tools.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that was kind of shared. One of them is the read aloud. The read aloud is this tiny little button. Even the adults in the room weren't able to identify where that was. So just making sure that we're very specific in teaching them how to use it and that they have access to practice it. Thank you. So again, just going back to this quick resource, it just gives us another way of looking at accessibility tools and really kind of framing, okay, well, if we have a student who may struggle with X, here are some potential supports. And we're not, again, selecting all, I think there's probably about 25 there, but rather just selecting the ones that we feel are appropriate. And know that we can go outside of this box, right? So somebody that might struggle with attention might also have need support with dyscalculia. So making sure that we're jumping into between boxes and looking back at the full resource if we have additional needs. All right. All right, so again, having these conversations, any conversations around accessibility resources need to occur within a student's IEP or 504. It needs to be documented, it needs to be affirmed, and it needs to be uploaded, right, in order to transfer across. There's another tool, consideration of accessibility resources, so making sure that when we do the initial assessment or the summative, that we're providing those designated supports and accommodations or accommodations per their IEP, right? We have them listed in the IEP, we need to ensure that they're actually happening when the student's being assessed. So again, we're talking about that ELP assessment, which is that criteria 1. These are all conversations that we just want to make sure we hit it home, is that these are conversations that occur prior to. When we're looking at ELD, when we're looking at Lagos, when we're looking at which ELP assessment, which supports happen, this all occurs prior to and during the IEP meeting. All right. Sorry about that. Okay. We talked about the accommodations. That would be part of that level 1, that option 1, getting access to the LPAC, but know that the accommodations can be used on both assessments, right? But we also look at which assessments to use. And again, happens during an IEP meeting, okay? We can look at, is a student going to be participating in the summative LPAC or the alternate LPAC? And again, just want to make sure that we're assigning that only to the students with most significant cognitive disabilities. How do we know that, right? And this is just highlighting that it's option 2. We're looking at students with significant cognitive impairments. There's a tool called the Alternate Assessment Decision-Making Tool. And this kind of helps us guide those conversations around whether the alternate assessment would be appropriate for our students. Something that we do want to highlight is when we're looking at the alternate assessment, if they're going to be taking the alternate assessment in LPAC, they're going to be taking the alternate assessment within the SBAC, right, or the California Alternate Assessments. So it's an alt for all. We're going to dive a little bit into the decision-making tool, which is available, like if you're using SACE, or it would be in your document library, but you can also find it online if you look at that. And it's also hyperlinked within this slide deck. So it is a really big document. I remember when we first got it, prior to, we just had that one pager within our IEP. It was 3 questions. Do they have an IEP? Do they have a significant learning? Just very simplified. This is a little bit bigger. It's 18 pages. I want to highlight first 2 pages are background information, right? Just kind of give you an idea, how do you use it? And then 13 through 18 are the glossary. So looking at any terms that they use, some explanations behind that. So the meat of it is really the in-between, okay? And so we want to take a moment to really walk through this, just to give you guys an idea of what it looks like. Is it a mandatory tool that you have to use? Not necessarily, but it is really useful in having the conversations. All right? So the first section of the alternate assessment participation decision-making tool is, does the student have an IEP? If the student does not have an IEP, that's automatic. Nope, they're not qualified to take the alternate assessment. So if the student does have an IEP, we would continue to the next question. And we're looking at reviewing the student's identified disability. Automatically, if the student has a specific learning disability or has speech and language impairment only, they would not be qualified for the alternate assessment. Okay? SLD or SLI. If the student falls within the second column, we're looking at deafness, emotional disturbance, orthopedic impairment, other health impairment, visual impairment. It does state that within these categories, the student is rarely to have a most significant cognitive disability, but could be possible. So we're going to continue with those. If they fall within this last column, autism, deafblindness, intellectual disability, multiple disabilities or traumatic, they may have have a most significant cognitive disability and could qualify. So if we get neither of those two columns, we would select yes, and we can go on to the next page where we're going to be looking at some rubrics. Okay, the following is the rubrics for parts B and part C. Part B, again, we're determining does the student have a most significant cognitive disability. We're going to look at the areas conceptual, social, as well as practical. And then we're also looking at C, and we're literally looking at the instruction and the supports that that student requires. Okay, and when we're doing that, we have a rubric. It's a point system 1 through 4. 1 being no to minimal supports. 2 is more kind of like that mild support. They need some support to access. 3, moderate. 4, and extensive. So our students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, as it's called out, are students that are going to land mostly in the 4s. Okay. There's a point system where in the end it's either they're all in all 4s or at least all in 4 and 1 and 3. And we'll kind of go into that a little bit further right now. But again, we're really paying attention to that extensive support side, that point 4, when we're looking at students that would be qualified for the alternate assessment. So I will go through this briefly. We won't go into it too deep, but it is linked inside the slides and also laid out so you guys can look at it a little further. But when we're looking at it, one of the first ones is the conceptual domain. And again, that's part of where we're establishing what that, if they have a significant cognitive disability. And I'm going to stick to that 4, okay? I'm going to look and say, okay, does the student have a significant difficulty learning academic content? Does the student require significant modified curriculum instruction? The student may be unable to clearly express their wants or needs, and go through that, right? They need maximum adult assistance. And really, when we're looking at this and we're trying to figure out where our students land, if they have a couple in 3, a couple in 2, a couple in 4, we're not going to select 4, right? We presume competence in those areas, and we kind of go to the area that if they're not all in 4, we have to go backwards, right? So if we're going along, we're like, oh, no, this one doesn't really align. We have to step back, okay? The other area is the social domain. So again, looking at students with these level of needs in point 4, we're looking at students often use behaviors to communicate. The student has limited verbal communication skills. The student may not yet show an understanding of symbolic communication with speech or gesture. So again, they would fall under this level 4 point, looking at the practical domain. Student requires significant support and direction, direct instruction across all activities, right, across the day. That could be meals, dressing, feeding, anything like that. And requires intensive teaching. Okay. So again, if we go along those 3 sections, the conceptual, social, and practical, they have to lead up to 11 points, meaning they either have to get all 4s or 4s and 2 and then a 1 3 point to either get to 11. And that's where we're saying, okay, yes, the student has the most significant cognitive disability, therefore it's continued to be eligible, or no. All right. So if it's a no, you would stop there. Students taking the summative LPAC. If it's a yes, you can continue on, and we're going to be looking at that instruction. What does instruction look like, and what do the supports look like? So again, looking at curriculum instruction, something I do want to point out is that it calls out that we're utilizing core content connectors or the ELD connectors when we're instructing the student, okay? Which Vanessa kind of mentioned about earlier, and we'll look at it again. We're saying that the IEP requires specifically designed instruction that is standard-based and applies to includes life applied and grade level learning. It talks about the extensive accommodations and unlisted resources. Again, universal tools, if you look in that 4, it's talking about, again, the extensive amount. They're utilizing those accommodations and resources in order to make access or have access. And again, with assistive technology across the board. Okay, same idea. We have to have at least 11 points, which again, primarily our students are going to be in that 4-point range. And if again, we reach 11 points, we can continue on to part D, which is just looking again, what are those other things that are occurring that might be impacting that student? Ensuring that we're not looking at poor attendance. We're not making that our sole reason for this decision. We're not looking at poor performance on general education assessments and using those as our sole reasons for this assessment. And one of the ones that we want to make sure we highlight, again, is that English learner designation or any social cultural differences. Okay. So if we as a team agree that they take the alternate assessment, they're eligible, we have to make sure that we document that in the IEP. We have to make sure that we're selecting that alternate assessment, and if our SACE and our TOMs speak, we have to make sure we affirm so that way updates in TOMs. Now again, this isn't a tool that we have to use, but really does serve as a guide, and I like this part that points out who are those individuals that we can have present during these conversations, because again, this wouldn't just be a special education teacher making this decision. It comes from that multidisciplinary team approach. Do we have general education representation? Do we have an English learner representation there? Could they provide some insight? So coming back to that. All right, a little bit more about the alternate assessment. Who's seen the alternate LPAC? Okay, a couple. Awesome. Okay, so the alternate LPAC can look very, very different than what you might see when someone's taking the summative LPAC. It can, you'll get to see a video of it in a second, but just to kind of describe a little bit of what that format looks like, it's all online, so we don't have that written portion. It's linear, so it's not going to change as they go along. It's a consistent test format. It's integrated. So again, we were talking about how the LPAC has their 4 different domains. This is all done so in an integrated manner. And of course, there's no domain exemptions. We mentioned integrated manner, reading, listening, speaking, and writing. So we're not asking a student to sit down and complete a sole writing task, and they're expected to write out. We're providing that in an integrated way so that they can utilize their preferred modes of communication to interact. So this is the part that I get excited about, because basically what I just said, you're going to get to see. This is part of the, Vanessa will get it going for us. This is a video that's available on the Moodle modules. It's under the results are now. And we really we're breaking apart those task types that we're being asked our students to do. And it's a quick little video that shows us. And we're talking. And unfortunately, you're going to get to see me again talking.
Welcome to this module, English Learner or EL students with significant cognitive disabilities and the alternate English language proficiency.
LPAC assesses the 4 domains of development, or ELD connectors, and how they are used to assess EL students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. The alternate LPAC assesses the 4 domains of listening, reading, speaking, and writing in an integrated manner, meaning a single task type assesses multiple domains. Therefore, each alternate LPAC task type includes questions that measure both expressive and receptive language. The use of receptive and expressive categories on the alternate LPAC allows students maximum flexibility to demonstrate their English language proficiency, or ELP, through the means and modes that students use daily to communicate in their classrooms. Individual preferred communication modes are how students typically comprehend and express information in everyday classroom contexts. The following is true for the alternate LPAC test items. Receptive test items are those that require students to demonstrate their comprehension of a stimulus by selecting response from 2 or 3 options. The student is not required to generate any language. Expressive test items are those that require students to communicate to others their understandings and ideas related to the stimulus using their individually preferred expressive mode of communication. Practitioners should note that there are varying degrees of interdependence between receptive and expressive skills on ELP assessments.
Let's spend some time familiarizing ourselves with the ELD standards via the ELD connectors, which are reduced in breadth, depth, and complexity for EL students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. The ELD connector.
All right, thank you. So, I know, and she always turns it off when her face comes up, but does my whole face. Luckily, I was reading from a script, so. All right, so something I do want to know is that you can have access to Moodle. It's free. You just have to log in, set up an account, and you'd have access to those this video. The one thing I'm going to share is that, unfortunately, this video, that shows what assessment can look like is not part of the regular Moodle training for alternate LPAC. So a lot of that was done through, it's great and it has great information, but this one shows a little bit more about how you can expand and say, okay, well, if we're going to use multiple choice items, can it be objects? Can it be, pictures? Can it be on a big, huge screen in front of the student where the student's going to use eye gaze to look at? So when we have a student that's taking an alternate LPAC, we want to think, okay, what is that student's current access? Do we, like I mentioned, do we use hands-on objects, right? So they're pre-symbolic, they don't know what a picture, can't connect a picture to what an actual object is. Can we go in and look and say, okay, what do we need in order to help our student access? We can go and look at their the DFAs, the directions for administration, and say, okay, we need apples, we need a bus, we need, whatever that might be, and utilize those hands-on objects to help them. So I can talk about the alternate LPAC all I want, but we'll go ahead and keep going. Any thoughts or anything anybody would like to add? All right. So then we'll go ahead and keep going. Oops. If you feel like perusing the blueprints for the alternate assessment, that's available there for you. It does show the different ELD standards or the ELD connectors that are connected to the task types. But there's also this resource that we shared out earlier, which is our English language development connectors. And if I don't have it, would you mind popping open this? And I just want to show you really fast. When I saw it, when I was in the classroom, I only knew ELD standards. Oh, thank you. I forgot it was up here. ELD standards, and that was very big picture, and I had no idea what I was doing. But where I see the ELD connectors, I can see our students with extensive support needs being able to interact with ELD instruction. So let's go ahead and take a look at that in a second. Sorry, I should have included it. Yes, go to the kindergarten ELD connectors. Perfect, thank you so much. All right, so we know, or we might not know, but our ELD standard for kindergarten, this first one, it says exchanging information and ideas with others through oral collaborative discussions on a range of social and academic topics. So thinking about our students with extensive support needs, or we can say a significant cognitive impairment, do we see how our students would be able to interact with that ELD standard? What are some challenges? Oral communication, right? It specifically calls out that the student needs to be able to provide oral collaborative discussions, right? But when we pop over here to the ELD standards, which is in that next row, which are completely aligned to the ELD standards, but they kind of serve as a bridge for our students. It's about exchanging information and ideas by participating in short conversations, responding in simple yes and no, and WH questions using gestures or words. Do they have to respond orally? No, right? We can use an yes and no. We can use yes or no Big Macs. We can use yes or no thumbs ups and thumbs down. It also talks about following some rules for discussion around familiar social and academic topics. Okay. Do you want to add something to that, Vanessa?
What I want to add here is, if you remember back when we talked about Armando earlier, how he was going to have a goal that was related to reading comprehension or anything like that. If you can start seeing here, you see P1A1. That P1 is at part 1 of those ELD standards. Remember that collaboration, collaborative, interpretive, that's that. So when you see part 2, that's learning about how English works. So as Jessica is sharing with you the kindergarten ELD connectors, how this might require extensive modification to be able to allow students with extensive support needs, specifically those with significant cognitive disabilities. If we utilize the connectors, it's a much more standards aligned way that is aligned with the student's need in relation to those alternate assessments and their cognitive ability. And the same structure is consistent for all the grade levels. So right now you're looking at kindergarten, but look at grade 2, same thing. First column is your 2012 ELD standards. Then the ELD connectors in the middle, which are aligned to what the alternate LPAC assesses and the types of question that it assesses. So again, taking a brief look at how these are organized are important. So just like I was sharing part one, standard for section A, standard 1, and it was about exchanging information through oral collaborative discussion. Here it is, same thing, except now we're talking about participating in short conversations, asking and answering simple questions, and following some rules for discussion about familiar social and academic topics. However, what is not included here is that it has to be oral communication. So this is a challenge for some mindsets that perhaps don't perceive a student's preferred mode of communication as equally valid to students who perhaps use speaking. So it's important for us to really challenge those notions as to what communication and language looks like for diverse learners.
Awesome, thank you. She says it so well. All right, and something else I want to point out is when we look at those ELD connectors, I can see, if you go back to that first one, and you'll see it throughout, I see accommodations, right? We see yes or no, we can use buttons, but those are also, when we're talking about linguistic supports, we also have to think about it that way. Are we doing these supports because they're supporting the language acquisition? Are we doing it because they're accommodations? Does it overlap? So just kind of wanted to point that out as well. All right, thank you for pulling that up. I have to tell you, ELD got a little less scary when I was thinking about it from the extensive support needs side, when we're looking at supporting those students, when I saw the ELD connectors. So I hope that you guys get an opportunity to look at that. Again, we're utilizing, when we're talking about the alternate assessment, the alternate LPAC, we're looking at using the student's preferred modes of communication. So Vanessa just talked about that right now. What are we doing? What is that? How does that student communicate receptively? And what does it look like when they communicate expressively? Do they use the same mode of communication all the time? Or maybe when they're making selections, they're doing pointing, but when they're when they're doing something else, they need to use their communication device. It doesn't always have to look the same, because I know when I speak, sometimes I'm using my hands, sometimes you'll see my facial expressions, and then sometimes I'll use my words. All right, so these are just some examples. They can use gestures, symbols, eye gaze, writing, verbal communication. They can use vocalizations, and their AEC. So really be creative in how we're helping our students communicate. All right, so next, so we talked about option 1, we're talking about accommodations, we're talking about, about resources, accessibility resources. 2, we're looking at the alternate assessment. And then 3, we get to talk about domain exemption, which I'm gonna leave it with Miss Vanessa.
Are you ready? Yay, domain exemptions, what everybody's been waiting for. Okay, so just to highlight the fact that we're having this conversation prior to engaging in reclassification determinations. You are looking at potential domain exemptions before we're even talking about reclassification. We're setting up students for success in meeting ELP assessment criteria 1 by making the appropriate determinations. Jessica introduced us to the first option, which was the OGLPAC with or without accommodations, which include universal tools and designated supports. As a reminder, universal tools are those tools embedded within the testing interface, available for all, no need to turn anything on. Designated supports, also available for all, but need to be made available upon recommendation of a teacher, case manager, etc., etc. However, there is no requirement for a 504 plan or an IEP. Available for all. Accommodations, we need an IEP, we need a 504 plan. Domain exemptions, we need a 504 or an IEP. So students on a 504 are also eligible to be considered for potential domain exemptions. So option 3 is specifically for English learners whose disabilities preclude assessment in one or more domains on the English language proficiency assessments, and there are no appropriate accommodations for the affected domains. We're going to tear that up right now. We're going to tear it apart, we're going to look at it, and we're going to make sure that we understand it for what it's worth, okay? I do want to say that domain exemptions, just like the alternate assessment, is for a very specific subset of students. We are not going to be able to dole out domain exemptions left, right, and center without having to look at ELD instruction, eligibility report, ELP assessment, linguistically appropriate goals and objectives, updating year after year on those accessibility resources, trialing those accessibility resources, ensuring that the student has learned how to use them appropriately across an assessment platform. But don't worry, we're going to take a look at it step by step so that we are making appropriate recommendations for domain exemptions. So, for students with an IEP or a 504 plan, in very rare circumstances, will a domain exemption be appropriate? To support the team's determination, you may use the CDE developed domain exemption worksheet. It's meant to be a tool to guide team discussions around determining if a domain exemption is appropriate. Okay, we are determining that perhaps if we don't domain exempt, we are in fact assessing the disability, and we don't want to do that. So every year, Section 504 and IEP teams may use this resource to determine if a student or a potential EL student has a disability that precludes meaningful participation in one or more of the initial summative LPAC domains: speaking, listening, reading, and writing. Okay. For the initial and summative, a student may only be exempted from one domain per composite. Remember that little image I showed you, that there is the oral language composite and the written language composite? Each composite is comprised of 2 domains. You can only exempt one per composite. To receive a score, a student must be assessed in the remaining domains within each composite. So I said a lot of words. Now let me support it with a visual. So in those rare circumstances where the IEP team is considering a domain exemption, we want to ensure that we are assessing the domains that are accessible and use all of the available universal tools, designated supports, or accommodations. So here we're looking, again, domain exemptions are only for the OGL pack. We're looking at the 4 domains: listening, speaking, reading, writing. We talked about how the top 2, listening and speaking, are the oral language composite. Reading and writing are the written language composite. We can domain exempt one from the top and one from the bottom if appropriate. Okay? Listening or speaking, reading or writing, not both. If you and your IEP team have a discussion and determine that a domain exemption is appropriate, don't worry, you will not generate a loss score. A lot of our folks worry that you are going to generate the lowest obtainable scaled scored LOSS, loss score. If you domain exempt, you will not. You will not impact your percent of participation rate. It has no impact on that. So if the issue comes up, you can let your team know that this in no way generates a loss score and will in no way impact your participation rate. Okay? So hypothetically, a student can domain exempt speaking well, not the student, the IEP team can domain exempt a student from the speaking domain and from the reading domain and still generate an overall score to be utilized for reclassification. Okay? What does that mean for the generation of an appropriate score? Well, just by having one of those domains assessed still gives you a language composite score. So whether you utilize the listening or the speaking, you will have an oral language composite score that will then factor into the overall LPAC score. And remember that we're generating a 4 overall on the LPAC to meet criteria 1 for reclassification. So it is possible to have a 3 on the oral language composite, a 4 on the written language composite, and still generate a 4. Okay? Remember that the requirement isn't a 4 throughout all domains or all composites, but rather that overall 4. Okay? So that's important for us to remember. And the reason I'm spending some time here is because, like, for some of us, this might be like, yeah, of course. But for some of us, it's new learning. And for some of us, domain exemptions still might make us a little bit nervous, right? So I want to spend some time making sure that we're understanding the reasoning behind it and why this is, in fact, available for students. So here's where it gets interesting. And here's where our teacher passion comes to the surface, right? Because it's like, whoa, domain exemptions are amazing. Where have they been all my life? Well, they've been there. We just haven't talked about them as openly. Why? I don't know. It's been like the best kept secret. Not a secret anymore, but we're going to hit on the obvious situations, okay? So here you will see an image of 4 examples that are pretty clear-cut. I don't know that anybody can say that you don't see why this would be appropriate. But then we're going to get into the more murky ones in a little bit. So if we're looking at the listening domain, for a student who is profoundly deaf, does not understand American Sign Language, and is still unable to read closed captioning at this time in their education, we can domain exempt. For a student who has an articulation disorder or physical malformation that renders their speech impossible to understand, even for a test examiner who is familiar with the student's preferred method of communication, we may domain exempt speaking. For a student who is blind and has no knowledge of Braille, we may domain exempt reading. For a student who has a cognitive, physical, or intellectual disability that prevents expression of ideas in written entirely in English or any other language, even with available accessibility resources such as adaptive technology or the use of a scribe, we may domain exempt writing. So these are very disability-specific situations where the disability precludes access to specific domains. But what happens in a situation where it's not that clear cut? So for that conversation to take place, number 1, print out this resource and have it ready to guide your discussion. Number 2, and this is why I told you it's so important that we went through the 5 pillars of pre-reclassification considerations, because you're going to need the following tool. You're going to need the eligibility report. What is the disability? How does it show? And is there a specific domain that is impacted? Number 2, in my evidence of comprehensive ELD taking place, has consistent instruction in this area of concern been provided? Number 3, in the development of the IEP and determining which assessment is utilized, have we been looking closely at all available universal tools, designated supports, and accommodations, and making selections appropriately? Has the student been engaged in this process? Has the student been taught how to access those resources? And if the team has all of those bits of information present, and the team that is comprised of our school psychologist friends, because they're the ones that are going to know whether this is disability related or not, our case manager who knows the student, the content of the IEP, our ELD teacher who is a person confirming that consistent and of quality comprehensive ELD has been provided, has been taken place, the team comes to a consensus that a particular domain is inaccessible because the disability precludes assessment in that particular domain, make the recommendation. So to prep our thinking, I'm gonna ask us to engage in a couple of true-false questions. Okay? Don't worry, not graded. I'm not going to tisk you. But I want to know what we're thinking. You don't need the IEP team for domain exemptions. We can do it directly in TOMS. Zoom friends, drop a T for true, F for false, or thumbs up or thumbs down. And friends here in the room, yay, true, nay, false. We do not need the IEP team for domain exemptions. You can just do it in TOMS. Survey says false. False. So the comment is, well, technically you can, but here's an age-old lesson that I've learned in my 50 years on this planet. Vanessa, just because you can doesn't mean you should, right? So that is a lesson that I've learned. Well, no, I haven't learned. I'm not much of a learner. I love repeating my mistakes. Next one. I can retroactively domain exempt when students don't pass a particular domain. I can look at all the ones and just be, hey, IEP team, I want you to domain exempt where they keep getting ones. Documented in the IEP. Thumbs up for true, thumbs down for false. 2 thumbs down, false. Everyone here in person gets a gold star. How are we doing in the chat, Jessica? Great, virtual gold star for our Zoom friends. Next one. Hey guys, if a student has a writing goal, can I consider domain exemption through the IEP process? Come on guys, they have a writing goal. Let's domain exempt. True, false, don't know, or you're trying to trick me? True, we can consider, for sure. For sure, because if we're just saying the writing goal, then just on the surface level, no, right? The question would be like, tell me more. As a result of what? What are we doing here, right? So you can consider, doesn't mean it's an automatic yes. Next one. If a student has a primary disability of speech language impairment, SLI, I can automatically domain exempt speaking. But hey, it says speech or language impairment. The speaking part's going to be impacted. Why can't I just domain exempt? Right? I can, right? True? False? False. Absolutely. Just because a student has an SLI as a primary or a secondary doesn't mean that we automatically domain exempt, right? And that is the important word here, automatically. Nothing in the IEP or in special education as it relates to an individual student is automatic, right? We just want to really consider all of the nuance involved here. And another reason why we could not automatically domain exempt speaking is that just because you meet eligibility under SLI doesn't mean that speech in itself is impacted, right? It can be a variety of other things. All right, so yeah, okay, we have a question. Yes.
All right. So just another scenario. What
Okay.
about dyslexia? Does that qualify for exemption right away in reading, or does it need to be considered?
Okay, great question. So let's go back. So let's look at the second bullet. When a domain is not accessible, the IEP team may determine that a domain exemption is necessary. Let's start there, okay? The eligibility criteria is SLD, because we know that dyslexia falls under SLD, right? And we need our school psychologist friend here to explain it to us as the IEP team, right? Okay, well, you know, the student presents with a dyslexia, they qualify under SLD, you know, like tell me a little bit more about the depth of the dyslexia as it impacts academics. You would have the discussion with the school psychologist, right? We're not making an automatic yes or no. We're talking about it. And then we determine if the domain is inaccessible because of lack of skill or because of a true disability impacting access to that domain. And that is where the nuance of the conversation is important. You have it within the context of the team. I cannot tell you that, oh yes, absolutely domain exempt everybody from reading if they have SLD for dyslexia as their primary, because we're not considering the individual student. We want to go back to the disability, how it manifests, and really parsing out if it's a lack of skill or if it's truly a manifestation of the disability, okay? So that is a conversation that doesn't have a yes or no, yes you may, no you may not. It has to happen within the context of the IEP team meeting, considering all of the elements we've talked about.
There was another conversation about just the domain exemption, and I think if we went through the process really quickly about what does that look like again. So the conversation of domain exemption happens, it's documented, it's uploaded into TOMS.
Mm-hmm.
Then from TOMS, it's automatically pulled, right? So
Yes.
if there's reading, they're not going to receive reading, right?
Right.
It just automatically will not show up on their side.
Mm-hmm.
They'll take the assessment, a score is produced with that one excluded.
Yes.
So
So there's a resource, Jessica, I don't know if you could look it up and drop it in the chat on how to enter domain exemptions. But if your SACE system is integrated into CalPADS and TOMS, once you do it in your IEP system, it automatically gets pulled up. So you don't need to worry about like, oh, don't start the test. Let me not, you can't take the reading portion. It's automatically blanked out as far as my understanding is. So this is why we highlight the importance of making this determination within the context of the IEP team. The IEP team makes that determination on a case-by-case basis. I also want to highlight another situation where it might not be as clear-cut as this. And this is for students who have multiple disabilities. And I don't mean the category MD, I mean have a primary and a secondary, and how that impact of the intersection of the two disabilities may preclude access to a particular domain. This is why we can't say only this disability gets it and that disability doesn't, because there's a lot of nuance and conversation that needs to take place. For a student who is not appropriate perhaps to take the alternate assessment despite having an intellectual disability, because they're not really showing the most significant cognitive disabilities. If we look at that secondary and we see that that secondary is autism, and then there's one for SLI, but because SACE only gives us primary and secondary, right? That doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So considering the convergence of these different disabilities that might be existing in a situation of comorbidity, we really want to take it on a case by case to make appropriate recommendations, whether a domain exemption is appropriate, so that we can then engage into the full-on reclassification conversation and address what criteria 1 is, criteria 2, criteria 3, and criteria 4. So before we even get to criteria 1, all these things we've been spending all day talking about must be in place. If not, we're going to go back to the elephant in the room of the comment that sounds like, well, my kids will never pass that test. If we ensure that pillars 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are addressed, we have a greater chance. I'm not saying 100% because we know there's situations where that might not be, in fact, possible, but that's going to be a sliver of our student population. And we've seen it increase. You saw in the slides how we've been going up. We were from 24% to 31%. Things are changing, very encouraging, very, very many bright spots across the state. So when we return from break, we're going to go into the actual criteria and how all of that we've talked about fits into these 4 boxes. See you back in 8 minutes, 1:40. See you back. You have access to this resource in the slide deck, and that's available for you to utilize. And it just lays out the basic 4 criteria and some information related to each of those. What I want to call out right now is in conversation and checking the chat, some points came up. And I think it's important that we address all of them. Number 1, we know that with alternate assessments, the state of California is alt for all, meaning that if you take the CAA and you're an English learner, you're going to take the alternate LPAC. And that's, I think, clear, but I think we're not looking at it from the flip side, right? Because the CAA and the SBAC starts when? Right? For high school, and then for our little ones, the SBAC when? 3rd grade. When do we start testing our English learners? What grade level to see if they're English learners? Kinder. So if you lock in your kiddos to an alt LPAC in kinder, they're locked in to the CAA for 3rd grade. And here's the thing. We've had conversations where folks have said, well, yeah, but like, isn't the IEP something we do annually and can't we change it in the future? Yes, we meet at minimum annually. However, in order to meet eligibility for an alternate assessment, Jessica went through that rubric, we're saying that the student has a significant cognitive disability. Can a significant disability, cognitive disability, go away in a year's time? It does not. So please be careful in making those determinations. That is not to say that you shouldn't consider the individual, which brings me back to another layer in relation to the alternate assessment. We also know about the 1% threshold with alternate assessments, okay? I was one of those teachers that was afraid of the IEP police. I thought that if I did something wrong in my IEP, like I was going to be taken away, you know, and, mocked, removed. And that helped me in a sense, didn't do much for my anxiety, but, it helped me in trying to like be on top of things, right, all the time. But one of the things that I learned is that within the context of the IEP, as it relates to alternate assessments, we know that sometimes we might be in a situation where we're like, oh my goodness, I have like these two other kids that I know are absolutely appropriate for an alternate assessment, but that's going to take me over my 1%. What do? We do what's right by the student. We do what's right by the student, but we are prepared with the appropriate documentation as to why we arrived at that decision. We have all of our information listed, everybody's input, and why the team felt that this was appropriate. What is not appropriate is, well, they couldn't pass the OGL pack, let's see if they'll pass the alternate. That's when you start getting into a situation that might be a little bit more difficult to explain or document away. Same thing with domain exemptions. If you're in a situation that is not as clear-cut as this, and you convene your multidisciplinary team, and it is determined that it is not due to lack of skill or of learning a particular skill, but rather a true situation of a disability precluding access to a domain, and you have your MDT made up of your school psychologist who's able to explain the nature of the disability, how it impacts the domains. If you have data related to ELD instruction over the years, if you have historical LPAC data that you've reviewed, if you've reviewed linguistically appropriate goals and objectives that are aligned to the student's level of proficiency, if you've converged your team and it's been clearly established to this team that a particular domain is definitely assessing the disability because there are no appropriate accommodations or accessibility resources, and pillars 1 through 5 have been explored and discussed fully. If that is what's right for the student, that is what's right for the student. Yes.
And I will say this, for me, I'm a high school district. I've had kids take the regular summative LPAC their freshman year, their sophomore year, and then all of a sudden their junior year, they have the regular summative LPAC on their schedule, but the CAA or CAS.
Wow.
So I always give my assessment before the CASP is taken at our school sites because our window opens in February.
Right.
The other window opens later. I've been getting requests from site admin saying, please delete the summative LPAC that the student has taken because they need to take the CAA. And this is where I have to push back. If there's a mistake in SACE or if there's a mistake in the IEP where someone hasn't specifically mentioned they must take the summative LPAC and the regular CASP or the CAA and the ALT, then there has to be an IEP amendment that takes place
Absolutely.
before I touch anything.
Absolutely.
Because I don't want to make a child retake a test unless they absolutely have to.
Absolutely.
I've had kids do that this year, and I've had 5 comments about we need to do this. But my special ed director is working with site admin to, educate them about the process.
Yes, yes. So just for our Zoom friends to hear, the issue here is that sometimes the information that is captured in the IEP software, whether it be SACE, Welligent, or Cyrus that you use. Since the LPAC window opens before the SBAC window opens, and a student has the OG LPAC listed, they're assessed with the OG LPAC, but then it wasn't entered that, no, there's supposed to be alternate for both. They're now locked into the OG LPAC, which means that there's no access to the CAA, right? So just like we would do that determination in the IEP, somebody can't come in and say, okay, no, I want you to delete that score and have them take the alternate because that's what we meant, right? It has to, that change must happen within the IEP team. And I think that's what's so important in ELP criteria 1 for reclassification, that ELP assessment for students with disabilities who are English learners is done in the context of the IEP. That's where the change occurs. Yes, and there was another comment. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. Right. And that's part of the education that needs to happen in the field, right? That when we are completing our IEPs, that we are clear that our staff knows that when they're completing that statewide assessments page, there needs to be coherence. So alt for all, alt LPAC, CAA, OG LPAC, SBAC. So, and also knowing that it's not as simple as like, yeah, you can just go in and TOMS and change it. For our students with an IEP, it has to be within the context of the IEP team. Anything in the chat, Jessica? No? Perfect. Okay, so quick question. Does Reclass apply to all grades, K through 12, even for kiddos with exceptional needs, with disabilities? True? False? Does it? I don't know. Does it, guys? Yes, just kidding. Yes, reclass criteria applies to all English learners, grades K through 12, including students with exceptional needs, students with disabilities. So one of the things that I want to call out is that up until last year, I believe we were assessing TK students with the LPAC. Not anymore. We assess now in kindergarten, okay? However, the good news is, in my eyes anyhow, is that if we are well versed as to what the K assessment for the LPAC looks like, TK is a great year to support our students whose home language survey indicates that a language other than English is the home language. Can't tell you what that looks like, what you should do, but it just dawned on me like, you know what, this is a year that we have available for us to think about how to serve our English learner TK students and preparing them for the LPAC, right? And for students who already have an IEP, especially those students that have been receiving services in preschool, who have any identified areas of need, we can start using the IEP team as a means of selecting what some supports might be once the assessment window pops up for these students once they get to kindergarten. Yeah, for sure. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, great question. So the question is for our Zoom friends, it's like, okay, since you're talking about preschool kiddos, what if we have a preschool student with an IEP And in the intake form for preschool, they indicate that the home language is one other than English. Then time comes for them to enroll in our public education system. They enroll as a TK student, let's say, or a kinder student. And then on the home language survey completed for the LEA for the district, all of a sudden it's English. What do we do? Which one is right? The one from preschool, the one from kinder, the one from K-12? Both could be correct. So it's a situation, I think, where for the purpose of Title III, for English learner services, we go by what is completed in the home language survey, right? So if there are questions, because I've seen it happen, where sometimes families will write Spanish, English, / right? Because it's truly a bilingual household, right? It's happened. I was that annoying parent when I did it for my kids. And my clerk, my school clerk had to call me, okay, Vanessa, we get it. Like, you're bilingual, but like, for the purposes of this, and those of you that know Debbie, Debbie's mom was my clerk at my school. So, so she was like, so what is it? And I'm like, well, I guess EL. I mean, yeah, right, EL. Because at that point when I enrolled them, yes, they were speaking both English and Spanish, but if I really thought back to it, like their first language was Spanish. That's what they talked to their nana, to their mima, to like everybody, right, in Spanish. And then my kids didn't reclass till they were in 3rd grade, I think. However, when she made that call, she had that step that I think we are sometimes missing, right? Checking back with families. When we have a doubt, if, okay, you wrote both, which one is it, right? And here's another one where like they write Inglés, 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 right? And you're like, okay, no, you know, so you pick up that phone and then you call and then you ask, right? And you have a conversation. Or if they put, you know, like English, 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 and the child doesn't speak any English, no, you're not supposed to write English. Well, that's a sign. That's a sign for you to call back, right? So there's windows for correcting misclassifications, but they're very limited. They're very limited. So once the parent submits that home language survey, and here's a little bit of myth busting for my special education friends, that home language survey doesn't immediately make you an EL. So that kicks off the initial LPAC assessment. So once the student takes the initial LPAC assessment, depending on those results, will it be determined that the student is initial fluent English proficient IFEP or an English learner? Okay? So it's only after the assessment takes place. So you have a window upon receiving that home language survey to double check with families to see if what they are writing there in fact is correct. And here's the other one, to clarify what this is going to potentially kick off. That's it. That's it. I believe there's another window after the initial. I have to check back on you, with you on that, but I believe there's another window, but it has to be prior to the summative.
Yes. So if there's a reason that a teacher or someone working with the student feels like maybe they were inappropriately placed,
Identified.
they can go back, identified, thank you. They can do that prior to the summative. But once the summative
Yeah.
occurs, then it's locked in
Yeah.
for future.
Yeah, so you have 2 windows, right? Which is why whenever we have conversations about like, well, yeah, like we have all these kids and they only speak English and like, I don't know where they're English learners. That doesn't speak back to reclassification, but it speaks back to systems and procedures that we have in place, right? Because if we have a clear process for establishing who's an English learner or how we're going to kick off the assessment process, then it's easier for us to address the needs of students who are truly English learners, right? So it's part of that conversation. So you have that initial window prior to the initial LPAC or initial alternate, and then you have that other window to correct misclassifications prior to the summative window. And just because I wanted to give you the actual letter that went out to the field that clarifies guidance for dually identified students from the CDE, I've linked it here just because I think it's important to know that this isn't something that we are saying here at Project Muse, that it's something that we had any like any part in just all of a sudden saying like, no, let's make it this, or that we're changing the rules of the game. What this is clarification of what has always been in writing. What we have done in practice has been different. And guess what? It's okay what was done. But now it is our obligation that once we've received clarification, that we do what's right by students to try to get them where we need to have them be in relation to ELP assessment. So ELP assessment is what we talked about earlier, just how we were talking about what happens within the context of the IEP team. You either meet a 4 on the summative LPAC or a 3 on the alternate. Those are the only 2 ways you are going to meet criteria 1. No more VCALPs, no more Sandy, no more LP. It has to be either the LPAC or the alternate LPAC. Know that we have 2 options for the LPAC, with or without domain exemptions, that's our first option, or domain exemptions, that's our second option. And for the alternate LPAC, it's just the alternate LPAC as is. Alternate LPAC, you don't need a 4. Why? Because there's no such thing as a 4 on the alternate LPAC. The highest level is a 3. So a lot of folks ask, like, why is it only a 3? Is it because they can't get a 4? No, it's because the alternate LPAC only has those 3 levels. The second criteria is teacher evaluation. So teacher evaluation is inclusive of, but not limited to, a student's demonstration of mastery. So criteria 2 is still locally determined, meaning that whatever is written into your LEA's EL master plan by recommendation of the DLAC is what you use. However, the OPTEL is the recommended tool from CDE for students who participate in the summative LPAC. So let's talk about criteria 2, what it is and what it isn't. So LEAs are going to use teacher evaluations as per their local policy. What's important to know is that teacher evaluation is not to be interpreted as teacher opinion. Okay? It should be based on data as well as the LEA's locally established process for soliciting this information. Okay? So for these students who have met criteria 1, next we look at criteria 2, teacher evaluation. And when we asked the field about what they use for criteria 2, it was broad, wide, and all over the place. Okay? It was grades, Fountas and Pinnell reading level, STAR reading assessment, the solemn, GPA, local reading assessments, etc., etc. But what is the criteria? It's teacher evaluation based on data that is part of the LEA's locally established process. So in determining that, we have the OPTEL. And the OPTEL is one of the documents that we have linked here in the slides, but if you were here in person, you got a paper copy of. So for the OPTEL, it is the recommended tool for criteria 2 and criteria 3. So this is not an Optel training, though we have a bunch of really great resources related to the Optel, and I linked some of them here. One of them is the tool itself. We also have the user guide, and then the Canvas courses designed by Los Angeles County Office of Education, no, LAUSD, I believe, and those are available here. Page 1 is all about receptive skills, listening and reading. And page 2 is all about expressive skills, speaking and writing. So I'm going to go back here. So here is the tool, and then here are the courses. So the courses are available. They're free of charge. So if you want to learn more about how to use the Optel, you have all of those modules there. The context overview, a deeper dive, rating information, part of the RELs, and because Jessica and I are in everything, there we are in the writing of these modules. So they're from LAUSD, and it's all about the Optel. And then we have the actual tool. And what the tool does is, if you have it in front of you, you can take a look at it. And what it does is it tells you, it has basic demographic data, where the student is being observed, what type of interaction, small group, whole group, pairs, if there's an IEP, and what the accommodations for this particular student may look like. And it also helps, it has a structure that helps you identify what level your student is displaying in relation to receptive skills on page 1 and expressive skills on page 2. And so when we're looking at linguistic supports, it's really about what we talked earlier. I told you everything was linked, everything that I shared with you. You're looking at substantial linguistic support for a student who's at level 1 emerging. A student who's at level 2 is at the early mid expanding range and are requiring moderate linguistic support. Students who are performing at a level 3 are at the late expanding early bridging level and require light linguistic support. And students at that level 4 mid-late bridging require minimal linguistic supports. So it's a very objective tool that helps teachers determine where the student is. And here is coherence in action. We're looking at those ELD standards, proficiency, the level continuum, the general extent of support aligned to the Optel levels. So a student who is ready to be reclassified will have demonstrated ELD standards proficiency through the LPAC, that is standards aligned, is showing light support needed to access, and in the Optel is at that late expanding, early bridging to mid to late bridging area of language development for both receptive and expressive. So to support teams in having a conversation around criteria 2 and criteria 3 using the Optel, Jessica and I paired up with Catherine out of Contra Costa, I believe, and Emily out of the RELs and CDE to develop a student scenario that shows how IEP teams can come together to rate a student who has some very specific needs. So with Charlie, you're going to hear a bit of a conversation that we have around Charlie, and we talk about some linguistic supports, and this is all in the context of a classroom observation for Charlie. So we're going to go ahead and play this video, and it's linked to a Padlet that has a bunch of other Optel resources, and here is the video.
One of my concerns had been that he wasn't given enough wait time and processing time. And sure enough, I met with I went back to math, and then I also went back to science with this for science class, and then I just had a quick little conference with the teacher, and she said, you know what, I always try to make sure that I give him the processing time. But I think what might be helpful for me would be to sort of like count internally, like a 3, 2, 1. And oh my goodness, what a difference. When I went back, I was able to see Charlie more engaged and just being able to respond more appropriately with very light support. Whereas before, I was left with the impression that he wasn't understanding. This time around, in small group, in pairs, in the paired interactions, because again, that was another thing that was in his IEP, that to limit whole group instruction, he requires more of a small group instruction. So I noticed that that was being provided consistently.
Here, what's happening is that Catherine went in to observe Charlie, and you'll find access to that video and more here. You get to see the entire process. They're all listed here. So Catherine was wanting to know what she could expect when going to observe Charlie. She was the EL coordinator, and she was in charge of completing the OPTEL for English learners. And she was wondering, hey, Vanessa and Jessica, because it was Jessica and myself and Catherine, what can I expect to see in relation to Charlie so that I am not judging his receptive skills and expressive skills based on his disability? So we had this conversation, okay, if you see him sort of like staring for a while, that's Charlie processing. It's not that he's not getting it. He just requires that additional processing time. If you see Charlie mostly working with a partner, it's not necessarily because it's a linguistic support, but rather because of how his disability manifests. He's very overwhelmed by multiple folks around him and can only handle so much interaction. So that way, when Catherine went in to observe what Charlie was doing, receptive language-wise and expressive language-wise, she was zoned in on the linguistic opportunity and access, and not how the disability might be impacting. So those resources and more are included here in this OPTEL Padlet. And this OPTEL Padlet was put together along with Emily Ingram from the RELS at CDE, and also Dr. Christine Snyder from West Ed, and tons of great resources there for you to access. Because the OPTEL also has you covered for that parent involvement piece. The OPTEL is a 4-page document. If you have it stapled in front of you, you'll see that page 1 and page 2 are all about that receptive and expressive language. And then that 3rd page is all about the parent consultation. The OPTEL is recommended. However, if you have a system in place that aligns to what is locally determined, what's in your EL master plan, that is fine. The OPTEL is not required, just recommended. The one thing to remember about parent consultation is that parent consultation and opinion is required, not consent. Of course, we would want parents to consent to the recommendation. And that is built upon relationships, collaboration, abilities to connect. But it is not required. Yes, consent. You can still move along with reclassification. You can still move along with reclassification. What I think is important though, because this is a question that comes up. So I was, I think, at All Titles, and I had a chance to meet with some parents at the All Titles conference. And they were sharing with me that sometimes the confusion with that and like the issue that they had was that nobody explained to them that it wasn't a full removal of all services. So sometimes when they're reluctant to sign away, it's because they believe that it's going to impact their access to special education services. And they're not clear that reclassification just means the removal of the ELD component. Yes? Exactly. Exactly.
In high school, that means we're watching them
The whole time, correct.
so they still have access to program
Correct, correct. And that was one of the issues also. And the comment here was that, like, what if a parent doesn't consent? And my response was that, like, technically it's not required. However, we really do want to ensure that, parents are fully aware of what it means and what it doesn't. The other thing also is that to let them know that there is a 4-year requirement for monitoring. So we are monitoring students for 4 years after they are reclassified. Yes.
Back to the teacher evaluation.
Mhm.
Having trouble with teachers understanding the type of evidence they should include in the comment boxes.
Mhm.
Sometimes it's a lot of copy and pasting of the same language from the opto, and then sometimes it is evaluating like their effort or
Yeah.
grade. Do you have a resource that can help with that?
So in the Padlet, you're going to find like a lot of resources related to that, because that's definitely something that we've come across also in conversation. It's like, oh my goodness. And I said, like teachers are still like, no, well, I don't think he's ready. Or like, no, his study habits are not good. And when you use the Optel as that tool, there's no place there for study habits. It forces you to take a look at language and the level of support necessary in comparison to grade level peers that are English only. So that's important to remember. And then when you're engaging with parent consultation conversations, you can do it in whichever way works best for the parent. It can be via a phone call, a conference, virtual school platform, or any other technology. It's important that we review information that makes a student eligible and any necessary supports in the for your reclassified to fluent English proficient monitoring process. We want to ensure that we have as many individuals involved in this process that know the student. And best practice, of course, is always to listen to parent concerns, respond to their questions, and collaboratively identify means of supporting the student. And that's what the Optel form looks like for the parent consultation piece. It's a one-pager, has some demographic data there, and then a signature section. And again, if you want to learn more about how to use the Optel, we have linked the Optel user guide and the Canvas modules as well. And that brings us to the fourth and final criteria for reclassification. And this one can be a heavy lift, and you'll see why. So criteria 4 is all about basic skills. You'll notice there's no Optel for this one. This is still locally determined. Whatever is in your EL master plan as determined by your DLAC is what goes. So here we're looking at students' performance, right? And we are looking for whether the pupil is sufficiently proficient in English to participate effectively in a curriculum designed for pupils of the same age whose native language is English. The LEAs are the ones who establish the empirical range of performance and basic skills. Again, locally determined. The LEA is choosing what they include. We're looking at performance and basic skills with a score that is a result of the most recent administration of an objective assessment of basic skills in English. So for example, the SBAC or district benchmarks. For example, you're not limited to those. It's just as an example. Can be a lot of other things too. Range of performance and basic skills. You want to consider a range, okay? A range that corresponds to a performance level. And you also want to look at students of the same age who are English proficient and enrolled in the same grade as a student. So I keep saying locally determined and mentioning the DLAC and the EL master plan because I want to challenge you to go to your LEAs EL master plan and see what specific information is included there about students with disabilities who are English learners. More times than not, it's gotten way better over the past 2 years, I will say. There is little reference to students who are dually identified. We've been having this conversation around equity. And if we are not considering our dually identified students in our plans, in our forms, in a situation like this, then we're not being fully equitable. What do I mean by that? Well, students with disabilities should be absolutely looked at side by side with their English proficient peers, enrolled in the same grade as a student with similar disabilities. Why? How is it equitable that a student with an intellectual disability who was able to meet reclassification criteria 1, 2, and 3 is then kept from reclassifying because criteria 4 was not met in comparison to English proficient students enrolled in the same grade level? We want to compare a student with a similar disability who is English proficient. So I would wonder what's in our EL master plans and how what's in our EL master plan has made its way into our reclassification forms and how that is being applied, because we know that sometimes what's written isn't necessarily what's implemented. So important for us to consider that, because like I said, this is locally determined. It is your DLAC who determines what goes into your EL master plan. This is not something that is mandated from any one person. This is truly locally determined. Question, Jessica, I see. No?
Oh, it's in reference to the teacher observation evaluation. So I don't know if you want to touch that one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cool. All right, so they're looking at when they ask people to go in and evaluate students reading and listening together, and then they're speaking and writing together. How do they go about that when in those areas their abilities are very different? So what are some ways to evaluate both areas together?
Okay, so I think it's important to first try to see them separately, right? So go in with a lens of today I'm only looking for this, because then it's hard to rate what I'm looking at and what the student is receiving. Remember, receptive, right? How the student receives and processes information, as opposed to trying to see the two, how they engage in expressive language, right? So if you go in with a lens to try to see it all, yeah, it may be possible if your ear and eye is that attuned to what you're looking to see. But if you are newer or not as fluent, I would recommend to go back in 2 occasions, 3 occasions. It's not a one-shot deal. That's another thing also. You can return as many times as you need. I know time is a barrier, but I would suggest that is one of the things that you consider. And here's another thing. So some teams have gone in tandem. So the EL specialist goes in with the case manager, and they do like a whisper session where they're going in, they're both observing, and they're whisper coaching each other. Oh, what you're seeing right now is this. Oh, okay, I thought it was that. No, it's actually that. So then you're actually having this conversation in tandem, and then that document gets completed utilizing both individuals' lens. Okay, again, recognizing that might not be possible for everyone, but it's definitely a promising practice. Another one is to briefly catch your partner in the hallway, like, hey, today I'm gonna go observe so-and-so. Do you want to go observe them and then like give me some feedback of what you saw, and then we can calibrate? Or just simply like, hey, okay, so he has a primary disability of SLD and it's specifically manifesting in reading, and you give them the rundown, and then that's what you have as a pre-conversation to that observation. Many ways you can do it. Okay. All right, and as mentioned earlier, when we reclassify, we're not done. We're not done. We need to monitor students for 4 more years after reclassification. Why monitor? Well, because monitoring ensures that it was appropriate exit timing, that academic gaps are addressed, and that meaningful participation in standard instruction is taking place. So very important that we do that. So one of the other things that I want to point out that it hasn't come up today, but it's come up in other conversations, and I just want to get it out there because I think it's important for us to consider this. Or when somebody comes up with this idea, you have something to say about it. I don't struggle with having something to say about stuff, but just in case you do. So we've been getting some questions, and I get it. You know, we're feeling the pressure. And it's like, okay, well, what if the parent wants to opt out of ELD services? They could. The parent could absolutely just say, you know what, no more ELD services. No more designated ELD. No more integrated ELD. Like, I don't want them to receive services. But guess what? You still need to reclassify. You still need to take the LPAC every year until you reclassify. Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. For sure. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. For sure. For sure. So yeah, so a lot of LEAs have a waiver. There's one on the Department of Ed, a form in there also, but your LEA might have a specific one also. Just know that students can, parents can absolutely request that their students not receive EL services, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be exempt from taking the LPAC or the alternate LPAC. Yes. Yeah, great question. So has happened. However, this is where the school's MTSS framework is really important, because there's tier 2 and tier 3 interventions that could be provided for the student if there is some decline in academic access that may or may not be related to exiting early from EL status. That could be addressed via whatever is available at the LEA. Yes, sorry. So the question was, what happens for students who may experience some academic decline after being reclassified? And so the answer was, that's where the MTSS framework is critical. Tiers of instruction and intervention. Are they well articulated? How do students gain access? How do we monitor to ensure that we are addressing any academic gaps that may have resulted as what happened after we reclassified or removed services too early. All right. Key points out of all the other things we touched on today. If you take a couple of things away, I want you to take the following. It's all about a systemic approach, and it's all about collaboration. You heard me cover a bunch of topics in varying degrees of depth and complexity. But this wasn't the job of just Vanessa. This was the job of Jessica. This is the job of our SELPA. This is the job of CDE. This is the job of CCE, the job of collaborative spaces like the one we have today here in person and virtually. We recognize that we are all part of the system and that we're all these little cogs that are spinning wildly day in and day out. I know sometimes I go home dizzy. That's how wildly I'm spinning. But if those cogs aren't connecting, we can't make the system run appropriately. And we're all exhausted individually, and the machine isn't moving. So if we integrate and support language acquisition and special education needs, we're closer to the end goal. If we establish clear, consistent procedures across schools and districts, we're closer to the end game. If we collaborate, truly promote collaboration between EL specialists and special education teams, we're making progress. If we encourage joint decision-making processes to address the unique needs of dually identified students, that is the way we get there. So spaces like this, both in person and virtually, is where the work happens. It's where we recognize that we all have a very important role in this process. So, because I know that we covered tons today and that we're going to be driving home and wondering, what was that thing that she said? Where can I find that other stuff that was mentioned? Have no fear, more resources are here. So, support's available. That's not where I want to take you. I want to take you here. So this is our website. And our website has a lot of information, and I'm not going to overwhelm you with that. I feel I've done that enough with our content today. But I do want to take you to two specific areas. I want to take you to resources. Notice how I go across, hover over resources, and this drop-down menu appears. You can have a variety of tools at your literal fingertips by looking at online resources. You can find reclass information, extensive support needs information, infographics, Padlets, educational resources, newsletters, and the ELD standards. If you're looking more for assessment-specific information, you can find that here. If you're looking for practitioner's guide-specific resources, you can find those right there. Same thing with the EL roadmap. That's all under resources. If you hover over trainings, you'll be able to see our Canvas courses, which are free, on demand. Our participation with the UC-CSU Collaborative for Neuroscience, Diversity, and Learning, we have some courses with them. An online institute for educational leaders. And this one I am going to pop open because I think it's a great place to start if you're looking to build your capacity in all things related to students with disabilities. So because as educational leaders, I know that our time is really limited, we've broken this up into 60-minute sessions that have a specific focus. From students with disabilities who may be identified as English learners, supports for ELs within the MTSS framework, special education referral process for English learners, assessment of English learners for identification as students with disabilities, developing the IEP, educational programming, teaching and learning to meet student needs, exiting ELs from special education status, and reclassification. Also notice that every single one of these videos, these are all YouTube videos. You can view those on YouTube. And each of these has downloadable materials that you can access as well, so you can pace your own learning. You can, again, modify those to best fit your needs, and those are available for you there. And we also have a listing of a bunch of other recorded modules from previous sessions that we've completed. And those are all available here for you to access. tons of resources here with the corresponding videos and slide decks that you can access. Those are there. And in going back to the resources, I do want to call your attention to the practitioner's guide section, specifically appendices. In the appendices, we have some tools for you that support your multidisciplinary teams, from what to use when conducting a CUME file check, extrinsic factors for English learners, intervention summaries, potential bilingual assessment tools inventory, the English learner parent questionnaire, the teacher questionnaire, transdisciplinary observations, English learner classroom observation checklist, parent report for the IEP development. And you'll notice that the appendix itself appears in English, but if you need it in a language other than English, you can also have it in Spanish, in Arabic, or in Vietnamese. We're working on getting them translated to other languages as well. So for example, if you're wanting to gather information related to the development of the IEP from the parent, and the parent speaks Spanish, you would click on Spanish, and here's the form in Spanish. And that is going to help you collect information for the development of the IEP. And use it for, and it doesn't have to be just for the IEP, you could also use it for your SSTs, you could use it in any situation where you're trying to gather additional information. And let's say that you are looking at the parent questionnaire and you want it in Vietnamese. You click on it and it would be available there for you in Vietnamese as well. So know that all of these resources are available to you free of charge. You can take these, make them your own, combine them, whatever best supports your work. Know that all of this content is available there for you. We also want to let you know, especially our Zoom friends, for those of you joining us here in person, you know that our region is Region 9. You can find our local REL's contact information in SELPA, but if you go to our website and you're wondering who your REL's contact is, what the SELPAs in your region are, you can find that information by clicking on this map. It'll take you to our website, to our statewide impact map. So just tomorrow, I'm actually collaborating with Region 3 and Region 6, Sacramento and San Joaquin. We're hosting a session on Reclass tomorrow. If you didn't get enough today, you can join us. And if you want to know who your contact folks in Region 3 are, here she is, Graciela Garcia Torres, and those are the corresponding SELPAs. And then Region 6, your contact is Annie. And those are the SELPAs in your region, so know that you can find that information there. Additionally, we want to let you know that we have multiple entry points, whatever your role is. If you want more like quick answers, I just want to know yes or no, is this true, is this not? We have some frequently asked questions. If I'm looking for student scenarios to see what this particular topic looks like in action, those are there, as well as our infographics. We have all of those archived modules that I shared with you because we really want to practice what we preach. So the resources we develop are with you in mind, because when we really are invested in this collective commitment, we recognize and understand that the shared responsibility is truly shared. It's not just us as individuals, but it's us with parents, families, school and district professionals committed to educational equity to fully enhance and provide quality teaching and learning experiences for all students. With that being said, we want to receive a gift, and not monetary, but in feedback. We want your feedback. We want to know what you think. The good, the bad, the ugly, it only makes us better. We want to be responsive to your needs in the field, and we want to hear from you. So please access this survey via the QR code or by clicking on that link and tell us what you think. Let us know how we can make this work better, how we can make this more supportive for you in the field, whatever it is that you think that we could know, that we should know. you can do that for us, please. And I know that the link may not be working, but we'll go ahead and fix it and send it back via OMS. So for those of you that were wondering, this session was recorded. So if you want to view it, you will receive an OMS link, and that will have the video recording for today along with the resources, and it will also be uploaded to our website. With that, thank you all so very much for your time, for your attention, for your engagement, for your questions. Thank you so much for the work that you do every day. We thank you and appreciate that collective commitment. Thank you so much, everyone.